mentality. It was very Mafia-like. When your number gets called, you're going to have to perform on demand right now. This is the only thing inside of my orbit, nothing else matters. Everybody's like that. Diving, climbing cruise ships, jumping, everything is like that. They are obsessed with the details.
Today we sit down with DJ Shipley, SEAL Team 6 operator.
To try to show up and do that job and not be sure if you're going to be able to cover it up. Big injuries that I hit. At what point are people going to realize that you are unhinged right now? I broke my femoral neck off in green team. I'm not saying a word. Dislocate my shoulder, tear all my labrums, rotator cuff, I'm not saying a word. It got to the point I couldn't throw a baseball. Mentally and emotionally, I was just in a downward spiral. Getting out of the military is the hardest thing I've ever done.
What was the biggest thing that was difficult about it?
There's no purpose. There's no reason for me to be on the planet.
It's like I was living with a shell, angry all the time. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't the man that I married.
I wanted to die every single day. And I finally opened up to her. I think I just said it. I was like, I've just been thinking about unbuckling this seatbelt and opening that door and jumping out in the middle of traffic and letting that 18-wheeler run me over.
I was so floored. I didn't realize how bad it was.
It changed my whole life.
Welcome back to Inspire Change with the Mulligan brothers, and today we're joined with DJ Shipley for another amazing episode. This one is full of absolute gold and wisdom, and I can't explain just how much these messages resonated with me. This interview is a completely dynamic look into DJ Shipley's life as we interview Patsy, who gives the other side of the story as well. So if you hang about to the end of the episode, you'll also get bonus footage from Patsy, and it really does talk about what DJ went through, what Patsy went through, and how he managed to turn his life around and how you can also do the same. I also wanted to mention as well, if you haven't noticed or you haven't seen the billboards in London, in Manchester, or on my socials, but Spotify are platforming this episode. So if you haven't already, please go follow us on Spotify. You can get early access to these episodes, link down below. But thank you to Spotify for that. And if you're watching this on YouTube, welcome. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell and all that good stuff. And also, if you haven't noticed, there has been a rebrand recently that will be transitioning onto YouTube. It will be the Inspire Change podcast with the Mulligan brothers. So t-shirts and the journals do help support this as always. And it's always a message we've tried to promote out there, Inspire Change. It's tattooed on the hand. It means absolutely everything. It's the powerhouse behind Mulligan brothers. So yeah, if you're seeing a change that is happening at the moment, please help support it and all that kind of good stuff. Let's dive into this amazing episode with DJ Shipley.
Just introduce yourself and what you do, actually. Let's go for it.
I'm DJ Shipley. I'm a retired Navy SEAL. I'm a husband, I'm a father, an entrepreneur, and now I'm a knowledge transfer specialist with GBRS Group. Okay,
so we're diving into it early days, and I just wanted to talk about the skate culture that you grew up in, what that looked like. The time, the era, basically. Like how would you describe it? What was it like from sort of the innocent eyes? Like what was the aspirations? What were you looking at?
Just because of proximity of where I grew up in Chesapeake, there wasn't a skate culture there. We had a neighborhood right next door. I grew up on a small family farm, 5 acres, but directly next door was a little cul-de-sac. They had some older kids in the neighborhood, had a half pipe in the backyard. They were very much in the surf scene, BMX. They did everything you could. I mean, even rollerblading for a while when that became a thing. But skateboarding was always kind of like the true north. It was always something that drew me into it. But I felt like a kid in Indiana who just wanted to surf. So I had posters on my wall. I watched all the videos, but I could never touch the ocean. It was like that. And when I got a little bit older, then friends got vehicles and I could drive to the ocean front and I could see them. I could see the different skate parks in and around here. But it was always like it was just too far for me to actually progress. So a lot of it was self-progression, self-discovery. But I loved it. I've had 3 main passions in my whole life. Skateboarding was definitely the most impactful. You think about the pain to pride ratio. You're going to go through so much pain to try to learn a trick just for the individual pride of landing it one time. No one's there. It's just you. And it's that self-conviction, like I'm going to keep doing this over and over again. And you just get pounded into the pavement. I mean, I've broken both hands, both arms, both feet, multiple times through. And it's one of those things like, I don't care a bit. I really want to land that trick. And I don't care how many times it takes me. And I think we talked about it before. Like, I was one of those kids who had a notebook long before it was cool. And I'd have on a list of tricks I wanted to do. And I'd throw a magic number out of 25. I have to land that 25 times in a row or I don't have it at all. I'd get to 24 and I'd miss it. I'd miss it on 25. As a 13-year-old to sit down, no one's there, it's just me. I mean, I was in isolation most of my childhood. Here we go again, starting at 0. Get the 5, miss it, back to 0, go it again for hours, man. I mean, you'd think, my dad was in the military, he was gone, back-to-back deployments, my entire childhood. And for me, it was just me and my mom. So I'd run into that cul-de-sac, I'd skate before school, after school. It was the only thing I thought about. I hated being in school. All I wanted to do was skate. And if you would have gave me the opportunity to only do that for the rest of my life, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Who were the guys you were looking up to at the time?
Jeff Rowley was a big one. He was Vans's oldest sponsored skater, came from the UK. There was something about his style. It was so raw and edgy and just, you'd always see him, he's always hurt, teeth are chipped out, chin's bleeding, and he was just a purist. And I loved it. But I mean, Tony Hawk Pro Skater came out after I was already in the military, and everything started to get really hyped up. But, like the Nigel Houstons of the world, you just watch them and you cannot believe how far it has progressed in the last 20 years. Like, if I'm being honest, I could have never gone pro. If I would have lived in San Diego, California, and I had better mentorship and a better group around me, for sure. If I had the passion I did for other things in life and I would have poured it in there and I would have been surrounded by the right group, for sure. But how far it's come now, it's unbelievable to see the progression. I mean, when Tony Hawk landed 900, I bawled my eyes out, right? Because you could see it. That dude has been trying to land that trick for so long. And when he finally did it, I mean, I erupted. As a tiny little kid, and it's like, my parents are looking at me like you can't even understand how much that means to him to land that trick. Like, inspired an entire generation.
Do you remember the first trick you landed? Like the one where you'd really sort of like your first ollie, your first kickflip, or something that you was there meticulously trying to nail for a long time?
A 360 flip was, to me, stylistically one of the most beautiful flip tricks you could do. And that was really my jam. Like, that was my favorite flip trick to do. And that was probably one of the first ones where it's like, I got to be able to land continuously. 25 reps in a row, off stairs, on boxes, off this, in and out of tricks. That was kind of my jam. But it's so hard because you don't have anybody else there to mirror. And then you go to these big skate parks, and I was always one of those kids. I was shy. I wasn't very confident, even though I had the ability. But I didn't have a huge competitive streak. I didn't go out and it's like, I just want to play skate against everybody out here. I was very timid. And it's like, I don't want to fall. I don't want them to think that I'm this or I'm that. So it took a long time to build that confidence isolation. And to me, that's really the big difference between cockiness and confidence. It's like, cockiness is an arrogance where you believe you can do something. Confidence, knowing that you can. It's like, I can land that any way, any speed, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm going to land that right now. But it takes a very long time to establish that confidence. I think that's why I liked it so much. Nobody's out here. My parents aren't, they've never seen me ride a contest. Like, they don't care. To me, it's just me. It's not a group sport. I don't have to let the team down. If I let anybody down, it's just myself. It's like, how well can you compartmentalize all the external pressure? They're calling your name over the loudspeaker. DJ Shipley getting ready to drop in. It's like, how do you sequester that? Put it all down, pretend like you've been there before, and just skate your run.
The competitive side of it, like going to these competitions, like, what did you do? You go down by yourself? Like, how did that work?
Usually like friends. Right when we started driving, we'd have one kid that was 2 or 3 years older, had his driver's license. We'd drive down the ocean front and skate in the WRV contest or the hotline contest. And I mean, small, like local stuff, but enough to where the performance anxiety can't be ignored. Like, I mean, you're a tiny little kid, and I mean, we've had some really good skaters come out of Virginia Beach, and now they're judging or they're there, their team's there. It's like, oh my God, like, this is real. Like, this is actually happening right now. It was so cool.
The ADHD side of things, like the meticulous detail, like when you talk about that, like, what did that look like as a 13-year-old kid? Like, was it like burning sunlight or going through the night, doing the tricks? Like, how does that work?
All day, every day. Everything I would do. I'd be sitting in class, in math class, and you'll see the kids now. I'd put my fingers on the binder. And I would just imagine these runs, and I could still feel it. I could feel the flick of the toe to make it happen, waiting for the board to rotate, the catch, and how much pressure. Am I going to land on 2 wheels, 4 wheels? Where's my weight going to pivot? I'm just replaying all this through my mind over and over and over. It's no different than like dirt diving and skydive. Like you think about all the little details, all the little bits of texture. It really makes you focus. But I had a very hard time shutting it off and focusing on the task at hand because I loved it so much. I mean, I'd go home and just rewatch skate videos for hours. I'd just mesmerized. Like, I just want to go skate. So that was my punishment. Anytime I get in trouble, they'd take away the skateboard, and it was like being locked in solitary confinement. It crippled me.
Where does that stem from? The obsessive nature of the details and the minutiae. Like, where did that come from?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know if that was just a byproduct of the skate culture or a really, really slow progression by not having mentors that could help you, not even following their path, because you didn't have anything. Like, until skate videos came out, like 411 was a big one. They'd have like trick tutorials. Like Willie Santos would come out and he'd perfect your kickflip. I'd watch it for hours, over and over. I'd be sitting on my living room floor on carpet, messing around with foot placement, flip pressure, everything, the angle of this. Let me slide my foot up 1 inch, try that. There it is. Okay, let's try it, switch. Let's try this, over and over and over. And I think just because I was kind of on an island alone, you have to do that self-progression, and then you really realize, well, I moved my foot up 1 inch and a 1/4 inch to the right, and it cleaned everything up. The details do matter, but no one's going to sit there and give them to you. You have to self-discovery. So when I'd sit out there, I talk about skating all day. 5 o'clock in the morning before the school bus came, like I'd knock out chores, jump over the neighbor's fence, hit the cul-de-sac, skate for 45 minutes, get on the bus and go to school. Thinking about nothing but the whole way there, thinking about skating. In class, nothing but thinking about skating. I'd come home, do you have homework? Nope. Right over the fence, right back in the cul-de-sac, skate all night. Street lights come on, 8, 9 p.m., come back in, take a shower, go to bed, dream about nothing but skating. That was it. I didn't care about anything else. And it kind of set the seed for the obsession. Like, if you really, really care, you really, really focus, it'll build such a passion in you that when you hit those moments of heartache or the struggles, you'll just keep pushing. That was my big thing. Like, when I would get hurt, they would ground me from skating. Like, I'd break my arm, I'd break my hand, I'd break my wrist, and like, no skating, 6 months. I'm like, that's not going to work. So I'd get a backup board. I'd hide it behind the trash cans. They'd take my skateboard. I'd have a backup. I'd throw it over, skate anyway. Just doing the whole thing. But
wow, okay.
It was a blast, man.
I love that we're getting to talk about this, and hopefully we can just get you on a board at some point for some visuals as well. But
even just pushing around, because now, like, you got to think, when I was at the height of my skate career, I weighed 135, 140 pounds. That's when I joined the Navy. Now when at my heaviest, I've gained 100 pounds since then. It's very different falling at 240 than it is at 140. It's like in the skate community or in the military, you can't justify the injury for skateboarding. So right when I kind of hit my peak, I had to shut it all off. And I feel like it got robbed from me. So I'd sit out in sunny California, getting surf tortured, doing the whole things. And on the weekends, right outside of Coronado, it's the most beautiful skate park you've ever seen. I'd walk down there, a 3-4 mile walk, and I'd just sit there and watch them for hours. Never dropped in, never rode, just watch, hours. It was like meditation for me. It was like therapy. But it crushed me at the same time. It's like, I just want to ride so bad. Like, did I make the right decision? If I just got out of the Navy right now and I lived here, could I find a new circle? Could I do this full time? And then that's really when you saw the progression of everybody else just ramp. You're like, no. It's like switch hitting in baseball. Like, you're not going to develop that at 25. You're just not. It's like, if I would have been born here and I would have stayed here my whole life, very different story. But
is it hard, like, nowadays? So obviously I'm sure you don't have any ambition to go pro in skateboarding, but like, do you still skate to this day? Or because like with myself, like I rarely touch a basketball now, but I'm telling you, like, it was my life. But I don't know if it's the risk. I don't know if it's the case of like knowing that I'm not going to be where I'll feel like I'm not there anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But for yourself, like, do you get on a skateboard? Do you get to ride and stuff like that? Or
I'm more cruise now. I'll throw it down and I'll skate for a half mile, a mile, just to get a push in, just to feel it. And my body remembers. My mind remembers. Like, And every now and then I'll throw a couple things down just to do it. But it's one of those things, like, you land wrong and I break my wrist, the show here kind of ends. It's like, I mean, that's the reason I haven't been skydiving. It's like, I can't be down for 6 months to repair this shoulder in order to be able to jump at the level that I know I can jump at. Same thing with skating. I'm just too big, but man, I miss it. I mean, I still watch Street League. I still watch all the ESPNs. I watch everything, all the X Games. And it's so funny because even now I can watch like Nigel Houston. I can watch him drop in and I can see by a foot placement, I know exactly what he's about to pull and I'll call it right before he does it. I'm like, oh, nollie inward heel, here we go. And he nails it. Patsy will look at me. She's like, how do you know that? I was like, It's the only thing I cared about for as long as I can remember. I mean, from 5 to 17, that was it. That's all I cared about.
Just a quick pause from the episode for a short but important message from our sponsors, Element. If you're feeling flat lately, low energy, brain fog, struggling to focus, there's a good chance that it's not lack of motivation and it's not caffeine either. It's hydration, or more specifically, lack of electrolytes. But water on its own actually doesn't hydrate you properly unless your body has the electrolytes it needs to absorb it. That's why we use Element. Element is a zero sugar electrolyte mix with science-backed ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium. No sugar, no artificial colors, no weird ingredients hiding on the label. It helps with energy, focus, muscle function, and recovery. It's trusted by everyone from elite athletes to military units to doctors and professionals, which says a lot. And as you can see from our full fridge over here, we drink Element every single day, and it's genuinely become a part of my morning routine. Element backs it as well. They offer a no questions asked refund. So if you don't like it, you get your money back. And if you live in the US, you get added bonus of getting free shipping. For a limited time, our viewers are getting free sample packs with your first order by heading to drinkelement.com/Mulligan or go to link in the description. Once again, that's drinkelement.com/Mulligan or go to the link in the description or the pinned comment and get your free sample pack today. Try it, see how you feel, and then decide. Let's get back to the episode.
We spoke about it last time actually in the interview, the rupture of like basically being told to quit and like to let go of it, which we'll touch upon it. The something I thought that might be tied to skateboarding, but I don't know if it is, and you might not feel this way at all, but like I feel like a lot of people who are extreme performers, successful, whatever it is, they have a childhood wound. Like they have something that almost developed these systems that created a hyper successful person. Had a shadow side to it as well, and I'm not too sure again if I'm getting this right for yourself. But would you say that was trying to be noticed, trying to be seen? I think especially like we feel this way with our dad, that because he wasn't in the picture as much, there was this desire to be seen or to be noticed. Was skateboarding attached to that? And do you resonate with that, or am I just putting it out there?
That's exactly right. I mean, you think like, Dad being in the military, always being gone, he was the center of the show. And for the longest time, it was just me. My sister's 5 years younger, so it was just me and my mom for the longest time. It's like, how do you get their attention? And I think everybody, when they grow up, I don't care what it is, everybody wants to be pro at something. You want to be a professional tennis player, a golfer, basketball, football, baseball. You want to win an Olympic gold medal. Like you want to be a professional at something, almost just for the title. And to me, professional skateboarder was just the culmination of everything. Like if you could hang that on, like that's on your Instagram bio. We didn't have them back in the day, but what do? I'm a professional skateboarder. To me, that better than an astronaut. That was the only thing I ever wanted. And yeah, I feel like it got robbed from me. I've had 3 main loves in my life that have all gotten stolen from me. And skateboarding was definitely the biggest.
Wow, okay. I mean, I still have that same thing of like, mine's BAFTA winning filmmaker. If I've got that and that's going to change everything, obviously I know it's not, but there's still something in me that just won't allow it. Did you receive what you wanted from skateboarding? Like, do you feel like trying to be seen, were you getting that from that time period?
No, but at the time, it was more internal. Like I could see the progression. I could see it. I could see my confidence build up. And really, it was the forced repetition. It's going on days you didn't want to go. Going on days you were in double cast. You know you shouldn't be skating, but you're going to push anyway. Like breaking your feet, just taping them up, still riding. Don't want to get surgery, don't want to be put in a boot, you just suck it up. It's like pushing through the injuries. I started doing that long before it was a smart thing to do. And I've been doing that my whole life. Shoulders dislocate, pop it right back in. I don't care. Break this, tear that, stitch, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. I'll just push through it because I'm so passionate about whatever that thing is. And skateboarding is really what set that in motion.
At a young age, you go to buds, you go into that world. Do you feel like that wound carried over, like, again, like the idea of being noticed, and obviously you're going into a career that your dad's actually in at that point. Did that carry over into that?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be noticed, you want to be recognized, and I feel like I'm pretty honest. I was really young, I was really immature when I joined the Navy. I mean, I didn't know my social security number, I didn't have a bank account, I didn't know how to balance a checkbook, I didn't know anything. I've never driven on the interstate when I joined the Navy. So when I went out to San Diego, it's like, I'm just trying to survive this thing. Like, right now, I can't be noticed because I'm not a high enough performer to be noticed in a positive way. So I just want to get through. Let me get through, let me mature, let me grow, and then I'll really try to blow this thing up, and I'll really try to be successful and really try to master my craft. But yeah, I mean, I had a lot of heartache leaving the skateboarding scene and pouring into there. I mean, truth be told, I didn't want to do it. You know, the old man kind of kicked me out of the house. He's like, you're joining the Navy, we're going to summer school, you're going to graduate early, and you're going. Didn't care if I went to SEAL teams, I could have joined the regular Navy, he didn't care, but you got to get out of the house. So he was kind of forced into it. So there was a big resentment. Like, I just wanted to graduate with all my friends. I wanted to graduate at 18 years old like everybody else. Then I'll do whatever I have to. But yeah, I feel like that kind of got robbed from me.
Did you feel that when you became a SEAL that you gained some kind of identity, that you felt like you was being seen finally?
Mm-hmm.
Was that similar to the pro skater kind of thing?
It was. Like, you can't be a professional skateboarder. It's like, well, now I'm 19 years old and now I'm a Navy SEAL. Pretty cool. Just happened at a really good time. We were at war right when I joined, 2002. Okay, well, this is going to take full focus now. Everything happens for a reason. But yeah, wanted to be noticed, wanted to be a professional at something. But still, I was so young, so immature, didn't have the right mindset, it sounds like an excuse, but I didn't have the right mentorship, or at least I wasn't receiving it. Maybe they were bad at delivery, or maybe I was bad at receiving the information. I mean, I was surrounded by guys who were just amazing. But I feel like I never really hit a stride until into my second deployment, going into my third. Met some amazing individuals, but one stood among them all. And that's really what I measured myself against, because now there was someone to chase. Like, he was so far out in front. I'll just chase that guy. If I chase him, maybe I'll find the end of this thing. Yeah, always want to be noticed.
I definitely want to talk about that person that you looked up to, but just on, it was when we were talking about KD yesterday, and you said, well, you was doing buds at 19 years old and you was on your first deployment at such a young age. Like, that was lost on me the last time we spoke. Like, I think we just kind of skated past it, but like, how young was you on your first deployment? And
19.
19 years old.
Yeah, I mean, see, when you think back about it, like my senior year in high school, I was doing log PT, being surf tortured with a bunch of 20-year-old grown men. And I mean, you can see pictures of me. I was an infant, 145 pounds, no muscular development. I didn't have armpit hair. I had one disposable razor that I had for years. I mean, it would take me one stroke to shave. Done. Like, I hadn't even finished puberty yet. I mean, I was a child. Had a fake ID to buy Copenhagen. Like, I couldn't drink a beer. I mean, I was on my second deployment before I could drink a beer. I mean, just very different. And I feel like a lot of people aren't used to people being that young, so they naturally think you're in your 20s. And when they realize you're not, it's almost like you lose credibility. Like, I'm not going to listen to this kid. How did you even get here? Just bring your kid to work day? Like, what are you doing here? I went to the same thing you did. I just did it younger. But yeah, I mean, you forget how juvenile you are. Like, I didn't know how to do anything. Nothing. I just show up every day and just try to make the most out of it. But I wasn't genetically gifted at all. I was not a professional athlete. And that's really where you see the difference is, I like to give credit where credit is due. The guys coming out of the Naval Academy, they're D1 athletes. They are freaks at everything. Running, swimming, wrestling, lifting, everything you could be good at physically, they crush. And then when you compare them to me at 17, it's like, you're clearly not going to make it. clearly, like, look how far ahead this guy is. Like, you can't even touch him. I mean, they're at the turnaround point when I'm 3/4 down the run. It's like, okay. Swims, they just crush you. I mean, guys doing 70, 80 pull-ups in one set. You're like, I'll never be able to do that. So it kind of ruins your confidence for a little bit. And after time, you see a bunch of those guys start to leave, and now you remain. It's like, not because I was a stud, not because I had the best training program, probably because I was just too dumb to quit. Probably because I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. I knew that everybody who'd ever gone through that selection course was in the exact same water, picked up the same log, rolled around in the same sand. This is the entry fee. If you want a ticket, here's the whole show. You got to do it. You got to go the whole way. And it made it very easy.
It sounds like you was wired for the work, like the work ethic side of things. But at 19, 20 years old, like when you first saw action, like was you wired for that? Did that freak you out? Because I mean, 19, 20 years old is such a young age again.
It was kind of in disbelief, right? Like, I mean, I remember when we first landed, we flew in night under the cover of darkness. They're yanking and banking the entire way. Like, flares are going off. Like, I think we're landing on essentially Omaha Beach in D-Day. That's what it feels like. And then you land and the ramp drops and you're expecting to run out of here and just get into this crazy gunfight. And there's some hillbilly on a forklift, chain smoking cigarettes with a Mountain Dew in one hand, taking off boxes. He's like, "Welcome to Baghdad." I go, okay. Here's where you're going to live. Here's the chow hall. There's the gym. Here's this. Here's that. We'll do a mission brief in the morning. Like, okay. But I mean, there was such a strict curfew when we first got there that we didn't see any, because nobody was doing anything in the daytime. So in daytime, it looks like normal. When you go out at night, we went weeks without seeing anybody. So we do like presence patrols. We do all the route clearances to make sure all that, and you wouldn't see anybody. And I remember the very first raid, that's when you actually came face to face with an Iraqi, an insurgent-ish, and it was terrifying. Like, oh my, now you're leveled up, safety off, finger on the trigger, holding on this guy. He doesn't speak English. You don't speak Arabic. It's like, this is very, very real right now. And after a couple weeks, couple months of that, you kind of get into a rhythm and a routine. Like, it's just what it is. You kind of just adapt to it very quickly. But very surreal. Very surreal.
I mean, it's surreal hearing that at, 19, 20 years old. It's kind of, it's mind-blowing. Obviously, there's a lot of young men who are going out and doing the same thing, but it's just, I think it's something we skated over last time. At those second and third deployments, you say somebody stood out as a mentor. Have you spoke about that before?
Yeah, a little bit. His name was Barrett. He was a former dev group guy. Did a bunch of amazing stuff over there. Did some time at essentially like an admin role. And we had gotten rid of 2 platoon chiefs, just bad cultural fits, just part-time guys in a full-time profession. Kind of got moved out of the way, and we got Barrett that came in. And he was the exact vessel that I needed to see at that moment. I wasn't losing love for the job, but I was getting, I wouldn't even say I was getting complacent. Like, the standard was the standard. You wake up, you do the same routine. You're going to do this workup, this training trip. You're going to do them all back to back. 2 weeks off, you're going to deploy, do a bunch of stuff, come back, spin it all up again. And I was kind of losing my momentum. It's like, there's got to be something more. There has to be. I wasn't tracking development group and the tier 1 organizations. Like, nobody ever talked about it. And that's when we got him over. Everything he was about. I mean, the tattoos, his mannerisms, his energy, you just wanted to mass produce. As soon as you met him, it's like, are there more of you? Like, where do you come from? Where do I find more of you? And how do I get to be like you? And I mirrored everything he did. Everything. The way he walked, the way he talked, the way he shot, his CQB, his mindset. It was so different than anything I had ever heard before. But it was the gospel. And he's never done or said anything that I would question. Ever. Like, the most complete guy I've ever worked with. And he didn't have to be. It's like anything else. At a certain position, you don't have to be the best anymore because you're the most senior guy. So you don't have to be in the gym as much. You don't have to be the best shot. You don't have to do the jumps. You're more just coordinating stuff. Not that dude. We walked into the gym. He's in there before everybody else. He leaves. He's going on a 5-mile run. He comes back. He's in the gym. He's shooting. He's doing Fight Club. Okay. When you see him get in the kill house, you're like, oh my God. Like, I've always been good at CQB. You watch that dude go through a house, you're like, okay, there's levels to everything. This dude is on a completely different, I've never seen anything like it. Okay. He's like, dude, this is a standard. He's like, I'm not a unicorn. I'm not special. If you walk over there, there's 25 of me sitting around the table. You're like, well, how do I get like that? And he's like, train. That's it. He's like, when nothing else matters, it's the only thing you'll focus on. You watch him get in the wind tunnel. He's the best flyer in the group. You watch him jump. He's the best jumper in the group. And you're like, how are you that much better? It's like just the routine. You wake up and you chip away at the things that truly matter and you just do them all day, every day. Okay. And I got to spend 2 years with him. Did that whole thing and it changed my whole life. Like, he motivated me to go the entire way. Had to make a lot of big decisions, and he was definitely one of the people that got me to go over to the other side. And it's just because I wanted people to see me the way that I saw him. Like, that dude is a true believer. Like, he took it further than he needed to in the times that nobody cared. When everybody was running a 9-to-5 mentality, he wasn't. Okay. And then really, ultimately, what does it do? It buys down the risk. Like, I can throw 1,000 dudes into a very complex, dangerous problem and they'll all get killed. Or I can take 15 true believers and they'll crush it. Okay. Well, how do we get that? Set a routine that positively impacts everybody in the room and they'll naturally just adopt it. That's exactly what he did. He wasn't high, he wasn't low, he was neutral, even keel the entire way. There's no, oh, this crazy ops coming up. Yeah, gets all excited. He's like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we'll spin up on another one. Don't you ever get excited? Even keel. Very stoic. But man, if you could drop into a clone machine and make more of him, brother, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, I love him. Yeah, he changed everything for me. Without him, I don't know where I'd be. I don't know if I would have gotten out. I mean, I was talking about going over to the Army side of things for a little bit. I just want to see what else is out there. And he really showed me that you don't have to go anywhere else. You can just go further. It's like the Kobe Bryant mentality. Like, he was a direct representation of that. Just do more. Just work harder. Well, that seems easy. Yeah, watch, I'll do it too. He never asked you to do anything he wasn't currently doing, he hadn't done before, he's not willing to do right now. And I think that's why I loved it the most. You want to talk about getting better on a flat range? That dude's on the wrong side of 40. He's waking up every morning getting it in. He's holding an extreme standard. And I just wanted to be a part of it.
How wide is the gap, like, between development group and other teams? Like how could you describe what that gap's like?
It's like, I actually saw a Green Beret say it the other day. They were talking about the Army's counterpart. And he goes, I was a Green Beret for 23 years. I'm a professional football player. I played professionally for 23 years. They're the all-star team. You think about the dream team. That's what it is. You pick the best of the best of the best. You stick them all in a room for a decade plus. Don't let anyone leave. And then give them all the different training methods you could. All the assets, all the information, all the bandwidth. You strip away everything that doesn't truly matter. And you just let them progress. By the end of it, you're like, I didn't realize it could be done at that level. I mean, the jumping it's so far past anything else I'd ever seen, ever heard of. It's the CQB. I've never seen anything like that. And I've got to train with everybody there is now. There is a subculture inside of those groups that take it so far to the extreme. I mean, like, they're changing shoes, they're tailoring pants, like the noise mitigation that we would go through to control every single decimal you could potentially create was like nothing I've ever seen. You're just so professional, so devout.
Tell us those details. Like, what, like, when you talk about, like, that minute detail, like when we're talking about clothes, like, what are we talking about?
I mean, like, if you had a compound in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a 10-foot tall fence, and you gave 10 different units the opportunity to hit it, 9 of them would do it the exact same way. They'd walk up, they'd blow the front gate, they'd run up to the front door, they'd blow the front door, and they'd storm it as fast as humanly possible. The different mindset is we would sneak 40 guys up and over a compound wall, dudes taking off kit, climbing through windows, opening up doors. We'd secure the entire area, not a single word is spoken, not a single sound is made at all. I mean, dudes stopping at ORP and picking rocks out of their shoes so they don't scrape across tile floors. Like, I mean, you're sneaking around, you're just hunting at night, and it is mesmerizing to watch. I mean, you see dudes that are big. Like, I'm an average dude. You see guys in there 240, 250 plus that are moving around. I used to call it ninjas on ice. They're just gliding across this floor. There's no sound. There's no stutter step. There's no scraping your shoulder off the wall, making an ounce of nothing. It is just, it's eerily quiet. And then it is one of the safest things I've ever seen because they're so devout in it. I mean, cutting off the knee pads, stripping off extra Velcro, they're in there with lighters, burning off Velcro so they don't stick, they don't make noise. I mean, everything you could do, everything is purposely placed. They can get to it by themselves. They're not going to snap a rubber band. They're not going to have to open up a zipper that goes, pinch this thing and slowly but surely drag it across to where it makes no sound. They'll reach in there, nothing. There's no empty bottle of water in their cargo pocket that makes a crinkling sound, like nothing. They're stripping all of that out before they get to the objective. Every single detail you can imagine.
Is it group taught? Is that like that thinking group taught, or is it like individual led? Like, are they so in tune with it that they know that they're going to do all these things, or do you guys go, right? Is everybody made sure that they're not wearing these types of things? Like, how does that work?
It's more of a cultural thing. You see the guys before you do it. It's gotten passed down to them, and then it just becomes a unit standard. Or like, you'll be in training, you'll go up and over a compound wall, and because your kit's not placed right, it catches on the ladder and it makes this big sound. Yo, you got to extend your body away from that. It's got to be arms only. If you're really tight on that ladder, it's going to drag across your molly. It's going to make these noises. You got to extend out. You got to be strong in the arms. So you do it the next time. I've just lowered myself down this 12-foot gate and haven't made a sound. Like, I can predict how far my heels are from whatever the gravel is. And I'm just going to sink enough to where I don't make a thunk. Nothing. The way you walk up to the front door, everything. It's just, they're conscious of everything. And when you see the level of detail, it's like, it's the same thing over everything else they do. Diving, climbing cruise ships, jumping, everything is like that. They are obsessed with the details.
What's the difference between the work?
Higher profile, bigger risk, more assets, more responsibility, more eyeballs on you. Yeah.
Just quickly, before I cover a pass by the skating era, you spoke about a story when it actually came in handy in one of your first training, I think it was, that you said yesterday, where you was having to play undercover as a little skate kid. Like, I thought that was quite interesting little...
I actually did that twice. My dad, when he was still in, I was probably 14, 15 years old. They were doing a surveillance course, I think up in Richmond, not too far from here. And they had the FBI stalking them. So they were having to follow the FBI. The FBI is following them, trying to pick up tails and all that. And they had me mic'd up, same way I am now. But they just had me on the side of the road. And he's like, hey, when we drive through, I'm going to give you a honk. I want you to radio and tell me the license plates of the cars behind us. So I'm on the side of the road, just skateboarding. He's like, gives me the honk, and I look over. I write them all down real quick. I pass them. He's like, cool. So we go through, they do their whole thing, and they're in the debrief. And we didn't realize it was spring break for us here, but in Richmond, it wasn't. So the cops actually said it. We're in the debrief, and I walk in, and they're like, that's that kid. That's that kid on the skateboard. I'm like, yeah, and he's like, dude, we were going to stop and jam you up because you were skipping school. I'm like, oh, it's like it's spring break for us. He's like, it's not for here. He's like, so everybody had noticed it, but I use that. And then fast forward 5 years later, now I'm at SEAL Team 10. We're doing the same thing up here. We're doing some low-vis stuff. And yeah, we had the FBI or State Department. Somebody was out following us around. And because I was so young, had no facial hair. I mean, I was a child. I was a very young looking teenager anyway. They threw me on a skateboard and I did the exact same thing. Had the radio on, passing all the stuff. And yeah, we got in the debrief and he's like, that's the kid who was on the skateboard. And it's like, I didn't have any tattoos at the time. Like, yeah. Well, any excuse I ever had to break out a skateboard, I tried to.
Get back on the board. That's hilarious.
Most guys had them in the compound.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we'd skate in between the caging area because the building's so long. It's like, you just hear it. Skateboard wheel to the deck and guys just roll into the cage area. Guys have long boards and they'd skateboard over the chow hall, over the gym, just anything like that.
Oh, wow.
We had a fleet of beach cruisers, big eight hanger handlebars, doing the whole thing. Yeah, a little mounted crew. It's cool.
This is one other thing I was curious at. Just because people who seek validation also are quite good at people pleasing. Like is that something you feel like? I know you're a really nice guy, but I'm thinking to that version of you back then, like, was people pleasing a part of that journey?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Always wanted to be a people pleaser. Always. I never wanted to say no to anybody. I always wanted to try to find a way. And it got me in trouble quite a bit. I don't want to say no. Like, can you make this happen? Yeah, I can make it happen. It's going to be in the gray area, but as long as you're good with gray area navigation, I can make it happen. But no, I never wanted to say no. I never wanted to let anybody down. And when you're a new guy, you do this Trident board. It's an internal thing. They used to make it was a command-wide thing. Now it's more like a cultural thing. So when you check in, they rip your bird off your uniform, they put it in a little bird cage, and you've got to wait a full year before you deploy. Now you have to take a full formal board. You got to do a PT test, disassemble all these guns, programming radios. Like, we call it New Guy Olympics. If you get through the board, then they give you back your bird. And now they're telling you, we adopt you as an actual Navy SEAL. They asked this question on the board. They said, what's your biggest fear? And 99% of the dudes all said, not being good enough at the moment somebody needs me. Missing a shot, not being strong enough, I can't pick you up and throw you over my shoulder and run you out of here, I can't drag you back. That's my biggest fear, is I am not going to be good enough at the moment where I have to be. That's people pleasing at its finest. I don't want to ever have to say no. Like, can you blow through this door? Yep. Can you get over this wall? Yep. Can you climb up this mountain? Yep. Can you make this swim? Yep. Can you pick this guy, throw him over your shoulder and run this far? Yep. I never wanted to say no. And that was a cultural thing. Nobody ever said no. That's why it's so hard transitioning to the civilian world. Okay, can you help me do this? It's not my job description. What? Get your ass out of that chair and come help me do this? That's just how it was. It's culture. You grow up on an adult island where you never hear the words no, unless it's coming from HQ. But if I just walked in a team room and I was like, hey man, I need 5 guys to help me do something, nobody's asking what it is. Like, yeah, I'll go. I go out and just do it. You're just used to saying yes all the time.
How have you managed to protect that nowadays?
Keep my circle small. Try not to extend it out and just give out my loyalty randomly to people. You got to earn it.
It's a tough one. I think the people fear, I guess it's that validation. Like, if I say no to somebody, then they're not going to like me. Like, is that, have you suffered with that at all?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it...
Yeah, you want to be liked. You want to be appreciated. You want to be wanted and needed. And if you tell them no, you'll really see who they really are. The first time you tell somebody no, they look back and like, what do you mean no? No. Very different outcome. Vice, you just say yes all the time.
So Patsy spoke about it yesterday, that when she first met you, you were this sort of wide-eyed, fun guy to be around, life and soul of the party. Could you describe who that person was when you met Patsy?
Think about your typical 19-year-old young military guy doing impersonations of Napoleon Dynamite. Just, I watched comedies all the time. I was just very lighthearted. I was just happy to be there. I'm surrounded by guys that I looked up to my whole life. And now you get to be part of the group. But it was like, I felt safe, secure. I felt like I was part of the organization, part of the group. I finally felt like I had a family, somewhere I belonged. And I had a blast, man. Like, my first 2 rotations were amazing. Surrounded by just incredible people. There was a lot of heartache and things in between, but I loved every minute of it. When you start to make the transition, trying to adopt that Mamba mentality, you can't be the same person you used to be. And I think a lot of it's culture. You'd have a lot of guys who they never laughed, they never smiled unless we were behind closed doors and it was the appropriate time. And you hear a lot of them say, like, I don't know what you're laughing about. There's nothing funny about this. Well, true. He's like, we're hunting people with carbines. They're shooting back at us, waiting to detonate suicide vests. There's nothing funny about this. I don't know why the you're laughing. True. Yeah, there's nothing funny about this. And it kind of just started to shift my mindset more and more. It's like, it's not a game. It could be a game if you want it to be. You won't play it very long. It's the most dangerous game. So take it like it's the last game you'll ever play. And they're absolutely right.
Just a quick message from today's sponsor. After putting my body through extreme physical and mental stress over the last few years, I realized something important. Most people don't have a health problem, they have a clarity problem. They know something feels off, but they don't have real data or real guidance. That's what Marek Health helped me with. This isn't generic healthcare. You don't get brushed off, you don't get handed vague advice, or have to wait months just to have a real conversation. You get comprehensive lab work, a dedicated health coach who actually checks in, and licensed medical providers who help you understand what's happening in your body and what your options are moving forward. Whether you're dealing with low energy, sleep issue, hormone imbalance, or you just want to perform at your very best, Marek gives you the tools and the team to make the progress. No guessing, no one-size-fits-all protocol. This is real health optimization service. And this isn't just for athletes. If you're someone who takes performance seriously, physically or mentally, this is about making informed decisions instead of hoping things sort themselves out. If you're serious about your health, the first step is simple. Get your blood work done. Head to the link in the description and use code Mulligan for an exclusive offer on your initial assessment. Stop guessing and start taking ownership of your health. Go to the link in the description for your exclusive discount and make sure you use code Mulligan. Thank you, Marek Health, and let's get back into the episode.
You speak about Mamba mentality, which I think is a really good way of putting it. But is it like a dev group mentality? Is that what that was where the shift happened, or did it happen in the teams?
Really a dev group mentality. It really came over like, work hard, play hard. When you shifted over, the group that I came across, they weren't drinking. They damn sure weren't drinking excess. I mean, most of them had a standing rule. A lot of the guys in there hadn't drank for over a decade. They used to be party hounds. That's how I knew them. And at a certain point, they realized, like, that doesn't serve me at all. It doesn't make me better. It's not a superfood. All it is risk. You going out getting drunk at a bar at 2:30 in the morning, do you think that makes the team better? No. Then why are you doing it? I don't know. We'll stop doing it. Roger that. Okay. I had a mentor. I don't know if I ever told you that. I had a mentor that everybody looked up to. I mean, he was the physical representation of greatness. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows who this guy is. I'm not going to say his name. The biggest, scariest dude I've ever worked with, ever. He was my boss at the time, and I walked in, and I've never been a guy to wear loud t-shirts. that's never my thing. And I don't know if it was the political climate at the time. I don't know what shirt I was wearing, but I know it was something trash talking Democrats, I guess. I don't remember what the shirt was. I don't know where I got it, but I wore it one day and I walked in the team room. Everybody's in there. He stands up and he looks at me and he goes, "Explain that shirt to me." And I went, "Oh, dude, I don't know." He's like, "Where'd you get it?" And I was like, "Oh, I have no idea." He's like, "You just picked it out of the group of black t-shirts and decided to wear that today?" And I said, "Yeah." And he went, "Let me fucking ask you something. Do you think I'd wear that shirt?" And he started to shift his mindset or his focus a little bit more. His eyes got a little squinty and he leaned forward and he's like, "Do you think I'd wear that shirt?" I went, "No." And he goes, "Do you think he'd wear that shirt?" And the guy he pointed to was the angel of death. I'm like, "No." And he goes, "Do you think he'd wear it?" And he starts pointing around the room and I was like, "No, no, no." And he goes, "Why the do you think you should wear it? You think you're better than us? Everything you do, everything you say, everything you wear, everything that comes out of your mouth represents all of us. Do you think that shirt represents all of us?" I said, "No, I don't." And he goes, "Exactly." And I said, "I'll take it off." He goes, "Oh, I know you'll take it off. Throw it away right now." I pulled my t-shirt off in the middle of the team room and threw it away. Never wore it again. Everything you do, everything you say, everything you tweet, everything you text represents all of us. Are you doing it at the utmost? If you're not, fix yourself. Okay.
I love that mentality of the group, checking somebody.
Individual needs what needs the group will never go over well. The group is always before yourself.
I don't want to put yourself in the firing line, but was there any other situations where you got called out like that in the group?
I mean, over the course of my career, tons of times, right? Not wearing the same t-shirt, but it would be, we play pranks on each other. We do all kinds of stupid stuff. And, you send out an entire squadron-wide email, right? And we'll say you and me are in the same team together. You've got all your stuff up. You leave to go to the bathroom. You leave your computer on. And I'd log in real quick. I'd send it to the entire squadron. I'm like, "Hey, guys, I just want to let you know." It's like, it's taken me a long time to develop this courage, but I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm a homosexual. It's haunted me for a long time. I wanted it out in the open. He's like, "The shower scene's not going to be weird. I'm not going to be looking at anybody, but there are a couple guys in the squadron I have a crush on. You know who you are." And I hit send. And as soon as I did it, he looks over me, it pops in, and he goes, Just shook his head and I was like, oh, they do it to me though. It's like the old guys do it to me. Shook his head. He's like, what the okay. Okay. I won't do that again. You got to learn it the hard way. And sometimes like you think things will be funny in the moment because they've been funny before. And now because the group you're with, that ain't funny at all. It's just not. There's a common phrase that always get thrown out, stay on topic. So guys would come in and they're talking about March Madness or something else. And he'd look over and he's like, I don't know what that has to do with CQB. I don't know what that has to do with jumping. I don't know what that has to do with hostage rescue. I don't know what that has to do with mission planning. I don't know why you're talking about it. Does any of that make any of us better? I'm like, no. And he goes, then shut the f up. Stay on topic. Okay. And it was. Everything you were doing was either about the group, how it's functioning, how we can make it better. We do family time, like we'd all go over to somebody's house and a big gathering. I mean, it was the best of friends, man. I mean, hugs and kisses all the way around. It was very Mafia-like.
That's what I'm curious at. So, was it just in team room that guy's always on, or like did you? Was it? So did he? But did
always
he
talking about training.
Or so was there? But there was a balance to have a rapport, like not a rapport. Of course, there's a rapport, but like, did he have banter and jokes, or was it always like, this is what it is?
He did very rarely, and it was always at the appropriate time. Always. When it was time to let your hair down, he'd do it first. Okay? No. Okay, everybody's figured out to just have fun, just talk a little smack. Okay, cool. He snapped his fingers, get locked on, get back on topic. Everybody did it. Okay? It was very much like that movie 300 in Achilles. Very much like that.
What did a family time look like around somebody's house?
All the wives and all the kids on one side and all the dudes on the other. Typically talking about work, talking about things we were going to do, training trips, methodology, philosophy. I mean, there are conversations that have been had around that team room table that will absolutely change your life. If you were able to put those on the internet and you were able to discuss the mindset that we were developing inside there, it'd break the internet. But it's not for anybody else to hear. But I mean, philosophers. I mean, the things they were talking about, it's like if Jordan Peterson was an assaulter, that's what it is. Like, I haven't heard anyone ever, nowhere on the internet, ever come close to the conversations happening inside of that room. Ever.
Wow, and it's all about the work that you guys do. Does it ever extend outside of that?
No. No. It just doesn't. Like, I mean, we'd say like, you know, happy wife, happy life, you got to get the home front straight, but it was really just, the only reason you're doing that is so you have full focus at work. Make sure she's in a good spot, make sure she's taken care of, make sure she doesn't need anything, and then let's get back to work. Let's grind it out. But man, it's amazing. It just is. Especially from being an idealist, growing up in the community and just seeing the different levels. When you see the level, you can't unsee it. It is so farther down the path than anything else I've ever seen. Like, mindset alone. You can have hard skills and you can be a great shooter and you can hang your hat on that one discipline. I don't have to be the world's best shooter. Not when I can sneak 40 dudes up inside your compound wall. Doesn't matter. Like, we can hotwire cars, boats, planes, we can do all this, and alarm bypass, I can do everything. Like, the mindset component is the one that shifts the whole thing. You can have hard skills all day long. If you don't have the mindset to actually put them into action, it'll never work. That's really what the difference was. They were so locked on, so engaged. You're just around them like, and how effortless they made it look. It was so nonchalant. Like, it'd be very different if they had the same mentality and they just beat their chest all day. Look how badass I am. It wasn't like that at all. They were direct representative of the culture. All of them were. And they held that standard. You want to be part of this team, you have to do these things, and you can never do these things. Okay?
Where else do you see that outside of DevGru, like in any situation in the world?
Oh, I mean, you see it in the tier 1 organizations. Like, Army's got it, same way. It's the same people. You go over to the UK, it's the same thing. I've been saying it for years. You go to France, you grab their tier 1 elements and bring them over. If I put them around the table, nobody say a word. You'd never tell the difference. If I just dropped a mic in there and we did an AI translate, they're talking about the exact same thing. They just are. It's a cultural thing. People that do that job at that level, they're all the same.
Outside of the military, is there anything that stands out that you're like?
Not that I found. There's pockets of people and there's subcultures inside of it. Like you talk about like the Kevin Durant's and the Kobe's, the Michael Jordans, the Tiger Woods, the Michael Phelps, like those type of people. If you could mass produce them and hold that as the universal standard, you could bring people up to it. But it's very different because nobody's dying in those jobs. Right? Like if you built the dream team and they were playing against the Soviets, we'll just say, and he goes, at the end of the game, we're going to execute all the losers. It's like that. Now, what intensity would you practice with? What intensity would you play with? That's essentially what it is. Like if you get this wrong, somebody here is going to die. And the worst thing about the thing is not if you get killed. It's if I mess up and I miss this 16th of an inch angle right there and you overexpose and you get clipped and it's my fault, I'll never recover from that. That's why the obsession of the details matters. I have to be able to predict your future, where you're going to go, what your thought process is without you ever saying a word. I have to do it just off body language. In the middle of the night, grenades are going off, people are getting shot, people are screaming, dogs are barking, the whole thing. You got to be able to scrub all that out, and I have to be able to look at you from 30 feet down the hallway and know exactly what you're about to do. The only way you get there is just time. We have to spend an exuberant amount of time together. And that was one of the cultural components. We just spend so much time together. We talked about it. 250, 300 days a year on the road. When I say on the road, even when you're here, you're in there at 5 a.m. You're not coming home till 9, 10 o'clock. Some days you'll do late night evolutions. You'll just sleep in your cage because you get back up at 5 and you just go back in there. So, I mean, it's not uncommon to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You're not even really home. You might walk through the door at 1 o'clock in the morning. You get back up at 5, right back out the door. You haven't seen your wife, haven't seen the kids. So, I mean, even if you're not physically on the road, you're on the road. You're just around each other. You eat breakfast together, you all train together, you're doing recovery together, hitting the range together, CQB together, lunch together, dinner together, beers after hours, the whole thing. You're just always around each other. So you get to see all the little mannerisms, these little nuances that people have, and it just translates now into night vision. I know exactly who walks to the left, I know who's right-handed, who's left-handed, who's right-handed but wears their watch on their right wrist, all the different things. You get really good at navigating human terrain and understanding. A lot of it's people watching. You spend so much time around them that I know exactly what you're going to do. That's really one of the secret formulas they have. Spend time around the group.
You know what's interesting is like when we have spoken about this in the past and even yesterday is like I'm imagining an NBA team, but it makes complete sense that it's above that level. There's guys in an NBA team who are there to do a job, turn up, whatever it is. There's one guy, two guys maybe, who are obsessed with the details, who are living that life. It's not to say NBA guys aren't training really hard. Of course they are, but that peak, the top 0.0001%, whatever it is, your Steph, your KDs, and that's a bunch of those people together. So Dream Team is a great example, but then even that, like you say, doesn't really capture it until you add an element of somebody could die.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing for a legacy, which I appreciate. Like KD's got 4 Olympic gold medals. To me, he's my favorite player, right? He just is. Him, Jordan, Kobe, like there's a couple that stand out, Steph Curry, but to me, KD's the purest. Like he walks in the room, you feel the energy drag 30 feet behind him. Like, oh shit. KD just walked in here like, okay. Like he's one of the greatest that'll ever play the game. And, we were talking about it in there, like what motivates you to take it to the next level. And I told him a story, some firefight we got into or whatever. And I was like, I painted out the exact scenario and I was like, how much would it cost? I pointed at one of the guys on the team and I was like, how much would it cost for you to run through that threshold and do that action? He's like, there's no amount of money. I went, those guys are doing it for $60,000 a year. He's like, what? I'm like, they ain't doing it for money, dude. They're doing it because that's their calling. Like that's their NBA. They are on the dream team right now. They're doing it because there's nothing else in the world that matters more than that. It ain't about money. I mean, if we're being completely honest, I think the majority of the guys, if you would cover meals, lodging, all of that, and you had to pay a stipend in order to be on that team, people pay money to be on the team. They do it for free. I'd do it for free in a heartbeat. I mean, you just would. Like once you get inside it, it's not like anything you can imagine. Like this is the only reason I am on this planet. And I just never want to stop. And that's a universal. Everybody's like that. You get some guys, even professional sports, like they just want to show up, do the bare minimum. He's like, I want to make the league minimum. I'll make 800 grand a year. That's more money than I'll ever make in any other job in my life. I just want to play here for a couple of years, and I'll get out and I'll open up a car wash and a car dealership, and I'll just retire off that. Some people they're too obsessed. Like, nope, this is the only thing inside of my orbit. Nothing else matters. When you see people do that, they really take it to the next level. And for me, it was the most inspiring thing I've ever seen. I mean, especially when you see the age on some of these guys, the deployment numbers on some of these guys. And when you say it out loud, like, people are like, that's not true, you're exaggerating. No, I'm not. There's dudes in there when I walked in with 16, 17 combat rotations. Like, the wealth of experience that guy has between his 2 ears is unmatched by anything else you'll ever see. And that was the baseline standard. I mean, I was shocked, man. When I walked in, I mean, I was young, I was super in shape, I was a freak. Everybody was. Like, when you get through selection, you're beat down and broken, but physically, crushing things. You walk into the gym, it's a bunch of dudes on the wrong side of 40. They got body armor on, they've got their guns slung on their back. They're walking on an incline treadmill, 10% incline, watching ESPN for 2.5 hours. What is this nonsense old man workout? And he's like, you ever been to Afghanistan? No, he goes, you'll learn. Follow what they do. They're laying the roadmap. What am I doing the next day? Getting on top of that treadmill, 10% incline, walking for 2 hours, getting ready. Just so humbling to see.
I mean, I think you did a really good job of articulating that, by the way. Like, I've not heard it put that way. And I think sport element helps people understand, you know, we all know NBA, we know the dream team. So, like, it is cool to hear it put in that way.
I mean, like, even if you talk about, like, numbers, there's so few people on earth that do that job. When you compare it to professional sports, it's a fraction of what that is. I mean, you can't get into the actual numbers, but it is, if people knew how few people do that job, it'd be even more impressive.
You can't get into the numbers. Could we compare it to the NBA, something like that?
It's a fraction of the NBA.
Really?
Yeah, like, there are more dudes that play on the PGA Tour than serve at a Tier 1 organization.
You spoke about a couple of the guys that you really admired and was, you know, they were on that sort of other plane, or they led the way for you guys. What was that like when they were performing? Like, what was it like to see them actually do the job?
You'd have to look at it in the entirety. Like, even to watch like a house run or an assault go down overseas, there's only 20 people on the planet that ever got to see that. Maybe 5 people that actually got to see the move. So maybe you don't get to appreciate it in its entirety, but it's throughout the years. Just amazing move, amazing move, amazing move. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. They just keep blowing you away. But it's like watching Shaun White. Shaun White on a snowboard, how effortless it looks. It doesn't look human. Like, you couldn't imagine doing that. Like, how do you spot the landing? Like, how do you do that and know you're not going to clip the coping and knock yourself unconscious, break your neck, and be paralyzed? Like, how are you able to do that over and over? It's the same thing. You see these guys go through training, and a lot of the stuff, until you get a level of experience to where you've seen the majority of the things you're ever going to see, a lot of it looks Hollywood. You're like, man, I don't know if he'd really do that overseas. And then you see him do it overseas, you're like, oh my God. He just did it. Like, I've watched you do that 50 times in training, and that was the difference. It took me a while to see that there is no Virginia Beach CQB. There's no observer CQB. Like, the head shake comes down, you're going to put on a dog and pony. They don't do that. There's no carnival rides there. Everything is done at full value with full intent, full focus. Every training rep looks identical to what it'll look like if I drop you and I ran. It's the same thing. The same speed, the same aggression, the same discipline. It's all the exact same. He's just so consistent at everything they do that you just sit back and watch. You like, I just want to be on that level. How are you going to get there? Just keep walking the path. Keep walking the path. There's no end state. You're never going to hit a finish line. You're just going to keep going. And eventually you'll step off the path and do something else. But just keep going. Yeah, I was very fortunate. Like, some of the guys in there, I mean, they're legends. No one will ever know their name. They'll never write a book. They'll never say a word. They'll never be on Instagram. So people lose context. That's like a lot of the stuff, we've talked about it before. Like, people see these guys on, especially social media, on YouTube, and they'll see a guy with my background or me. They'll see you shooting on the flat range. It's like, oh, I can do that. We had a guy in the organization I don't know if it was a professional shooter that came in and he said something, and he's like, and? He's like, and what? He's like, you're a 6-time national champion. And? He's like, what do you mean, and? He's like, and? Can you jump a 500-pound barrel? Can you jump on night vision? Can you plan an assault? Can you climb a cruise ship? Can you do a double night ship attack on Draeger? And what? And what else can you do? I've never had to be a professional shooter. I've shot a lot more people than you. You're like, and? So you hear these people like, I'm a 6-time CrossFit world champion. And what else? It ends. It's a very short conversation after that. You're like, oh, and what? That's what I saw a lot. And dude's amazing at CQB. And he goes, and he's got 5,000 skydives. You're like, and he's done this, and he's done that, and he's got 16 deployments. You're like, holy hell. And it just keeps going and going and going. You're like, the amount of things that dude can do, he's like a human Swiss Army knife. He just is. Hotwire any car, break through any door, blow up anything. Just, they're at such a premium level. You look at it and you're like, I can't believe you walk around this planet as humble as you are. I mean, it was so inspiring, man. You gotta think, I mean, I grew up with that my entire life. That's the only thing I've ever known. I've only been surrounded by commandos and people in the military. So when you get to see that level, you're like, very inspiring, you know, thinking your dad's like Dolph Lundgren or Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando. It's like, yo, my old man's a commando. You get to see that level and you're like, that's not even the same sport. It's not even the same thing.
What's the mental side of it? The seeing one of those guys fall. Like I think we spoke about it the other day. There was somebody who you really looked up to, who passed away.
I used a lot of my excuses on why I wasn't home, why I wasn't present, and I had to focus on the job. I had to be around the guys. I had to live this life to the fullest. And Nick Check was probably one of my examples, right? Like, we went through Buds together, did our first platoon together. We were at Team 10 together. He went over 2 years before I did. I made it over, got drafted into his team, so we were working together. And he was so good all the way around. CQB, shooting, jumping, he could build anything, he could break any engine down. I mean, he was a Swiss Army knife of humans. He was just an amazing individual. And when he got killed, then I didn't have the excuse anymore. It's like, I have to train this much because I have to meet that standard. And I told my old lady, like, she was best friends with Nick. I was like, he's a unicorn. He just is. There's a lot of guys like him inside that team, but his humility, his humor, I mean, he was just a very well-rounded package. And when he got killed, she's like, didn't buy down the risk for him. I went, because it's a very dangerous job. It is. At the end of the day, they call your number. Bad things happen. It wasn't for a lack of training, wasn't for a lack of commitment, wasn't for a lack of preparedness. So what was it? Bad timing. That's it. Plus or minus 5 seconds, 2 seconds, a quarter of an inch. Very different story, very different outcome. Just not the way it is. So that's what I kind of hang my hat on. I'm just trying to buy down as much risk as humanly possible. And if I only focus on this, at least I can go out of the door every single night. I can get on that helo. I can stay on the back of that ramp. And I know I bought down as much risk as humanly possible. And you look around, like, everybody else has too. So I often say, there's no ego in it for me. I don't mind being dead last. Because I'm pretty good. If I am dead last, we are part of a dynasty. Like, I'll never be the best. I can't. You have too much experience. You have too much time on your hands. Like, you've taken it so far. I'm just chasing you, and I am totally fine with that. The minimum standard is so much higher that you're just grateful to be there. And that's really what it was. Like, I'm buying down as much risk as possible. I'm training as much as I can. I'm being as locked on as I can. I'm not drinking now. I've got my whole recovery protocol. I mean, we're doing stuff to develop lucid dreaming so you can train while you sleep. I mean, we're doing all kinds of weird stuff. It's like, I'm just trying to be the best I can. Because at the end of the day, when your number gets called, you're going to have to perform on demand right now. There's no warm up. There's no mulligan. There's no, hey, run back to the helo. Okay, we'll shake it out. Okay, we'll hit it again. There is no hit it again. There's just one. Like, how serious you taking it? I'm playing this like it's the last game I'll ever play in my life. And I'm not a unicorn. It's a product of the culture. Everybody was better than me, as far as I see it.
just because you said this, I have to touch on it. And I don't know if we did, I'm pretty sure we didn't touch on it, but it's come up in a couple conversations with spiritual leaders and especially in like Tibetan philosophies, but it's the lucid dreaming. It's something we used to practice quite a lot. And one of the biggest things for me was the idea of being able to go practice basketball in sleep. It was the old Lakers coach who gets me to play to. How did that come about? And like, is that something that you got involved in? And is that something part of development group, like that somebody came like a...
It's all subculture. We have a mind gym over there. We have mental performance coaches that are always trying to elevate you however they can.
Will you talk us through what it is? Because people won't believe. I think some people don't understand what it is and how it actually works and feels.
There's a bunch of different ways to get there. I mean, ultimately, you're trying to get into a flow state and then transition into deep REM sleep, which is not an easy thing to do, especially if you're pumping in a bunch of pharmaceuticals. But I mean, we would have, we had Lumosity subscriptions, like Kim's games, memory games, all kinds of stuff. Just try to get the cognitive piece firing on all 8 cylinders as much as possible. But we'd have, I mean, we did one, we have in Afghanistan. We'd have an alarm clock set up, but you had these 3 little pepper poppers and you had a little laser pistol with it. So you'd have that on a nightstand and you'd have a saying. We'll say, Mississippi burning, anything, any phrase, and you'd say it over and over and over. You lay down, close your eyes, repeat it over and over and over. And it's like the moment that alarm clock goes off, I have to roll out of bed, grab this, lean up and shoot these 3 and say the phrase while I'm going. So it's the first thing on my mind. And when you would wake up, wow, shoot a Mississippi burning. You're not really sleeping, but the more you start to do that, the more your brain takes over. Is now I'm just thinking about training. And before you know it, you start to predict your future. You start to think about CQB runs and breaching scenarios and climbing up and over walls. And what if this happens? What if this slips? Where's my catch point? All these different things. Before you know it, it's the only thing you're dreaming about. It's not nightmares anymore. It's you perfecting the craft. So you wake up in the morning, it feels like you haven't slept because your brain probably hasn't slept. But you feel like I've been doing house runs or jumping all night long. You feel so current, especially on those days where you can't be current. We'll say you get to Afghanistan and it's bad weather, you got a bad target set, and you've got basically 5-10 days where you're not doing anything. On that 11th day, now you're about to kick it in gear, you don't feel like you've degraded at all because you've been doing nothing but talking about training. You've hit the flat range, got little whiteboards out, you're drawing sketches, you're watching all the imagery, all the targeting stuff, you're seeing all the ISR footage, you're building the whole target package, and then every night you start to live it over and over. All the different possibilities. What if this happens? What if this happens? What if this guy gets on the wall, slips, makes a loud noise, crashing the gate, and they start shooting on a 2nd-story window? What about this? How am I going to respond? Where am I going to reposition myself? You start to think about all of that. And then when it actually happens, it's an automatic response. Boom, I'm already going here. I've already pre-planned this thing for the last 10 days. I've done nothing but obsess over this one thing. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it does, now I'm ready. So yeah, just trying to shift your dreams. I did a lot of it for jumping, dirt diving. I mean, closing your eyes and going through the entire thing. Exit, feeling the wind blast, the pull sequence, post-opening procedures, controlling your opening, turning 90 degrees, reading your bearings, distance to target, altitude, heading, all the things. I mean, in your dreams, I mean, you're doing hundreds of jumps. So by the time you actually get on one, whether you jumped in the last 3-4 months or not, it doesn't really matter. You build up such a foundation because you're always thinking about it. And Passy had called me out on that. When I was really ate up by the jump bug, I'd be driving on the road and I'm just doing this the whole time. I'm looking up the clouds, choosing wind direction, how fast is it, how fast are the clouds moving. I'd be catching wind socks down the road, flags in the front yard. I'm looking for outs, just anything. If I had to put it down right here in this parking lot, where am I going to go? Well, the winds are coming out of a 270, probably 5-6 knots. Blacktop, going to be a thermal about 800 feet. I'm going to have to turn in low. I'm just running through that all day long. But it helps. It helps keep your currency. Currency's king. The further you step away from something, you naturally start to rust right away. But if you're constantly thinking about it, constantly touching it, it's like skateboarding. I don't have to be on the skateboard. I can just watch it and I can remember. It's like self-training. I'm touching it just enough to see it. Like that.
I mean, it just captures the levels you guys are going to. Like if even if lucid dreaming comes up in conversation, like it's almost like seen as this kind of woo-woo kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's, I've not heard that before. So.
Dudes take it far, man. They take it really far.
Yeah, some of these guys that like did anyone bend into it a little bit more than yourself, or?
Oh yeah. Guys doing sweat lodges. I mean, we've had guys do some really weird stuff, and it's all like that spirit quest, like trying to find a different level inside you, trying to unlock level 2, we'd call it. If there's another level, we just have to unlock it. What's it going to take to get there? I mean, we've had guys do 7-10 day water fast. I mean, outside in the elements for days on end. I mean, just weird stuff to try to see how deep they could take it. A lot of guys get really spiritual. A lot of the Native American stuff starts to come in, and yeah.
I mean, it sounds like that kind of like almost like historical, the warrior journey. Like, oh, of course you guys are on that warrior journey, but like really bending into some, like you say, some of the sort of more out there things, and like trying to find a deeper level on it. Like it's
reading Book of the Five Rings, Empire of the Summer Moon. I mean, just we'd have reading lists. Guys reading books, you'd open them up and there's page just highlighted, circled, notes taken on it, just hand it over, and you're just reading their internal notes and what they're taking away from it. You get so much more out of that than just reading a book by yourself. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, this dude is on a different level right now. How do I get on there? I'm just gonna read the book. Gonna read all his notes. Like, that's how he interpreted that page. I wouldn't have done that, but now that he has, I can't see it any other way. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Yeah, people just take it so much further than anybody else would imagine. And I think that's why I love it so much.
The value of those pages highlighted, that would be, incredible to see. Yeah. Wow. So I think with the career, like bending into it and seeing, friends who you thought were almost, were the elite level passing, at that same time period, I think Patsy was saying that the girls were around, one of the girls had just been born, is that right? How did that, at that point, that, I guess, question of mortality come up of, you're not just living for yourself at that point, like you got kids, you got a family, you got a baby. First of all, what was the experience like when your first daughter was born?
Perfect. Everything I ever wanted. We tried so long to have her. When we finally had Lola, it was like everything was dropping into place. Had the job I wanted, had the wife I wanted, had the friend group I wanted, had the peers that were so much better than me. I had someone to chase every single day, whether that was in the gym, the fight room, the flat range, the kennel house, jumping, whatever. Anywhere I looked, I had a professional coach to guide me through it, except for that aspect. And because you're gone so much, if I'm just being honest, I started to build up a resentment. I felt like I wasn't the star of the show anymore. Everything went into Lola, and because I couldn't be there, I wasn't a part of it. So I feel like every time I came home, I just messed up the whole rhythm they had going. And then after, it didn't take long. I mean, she was born in May. I deployed 2 weeks later. I got hurt on that deployment pretty good. And when I came home, everything just started to fall apart. Amnesia, waking up in weird spots, couldn't get to work, had to go to rehab, get on all these medications, had to get surgeries, just back to back to back. And I just felt so distant. Anytime I try to come close, it was like, you're not doing this right. That's not how you change a diaper. That's not how you do this. You're giving her too much formula. No, you don't burp her like that. You do this. I'm going to work. And I would. But middle of the conversation, I'm like, here. Yep. I go to work. I'd be gone for 2 or 3 days. Come back in. She's like, I don't know why you do that. Because every time I come in here, I mess something up. Like, I don't feel like a failure at work. Every time I come home, I do. I'll just go back to where I'm wanted, where I'm appreciated, and where I know I'm actually making a difference, because clearly I can't do this. It's very, very hard. If I wouldn't have gotten hurt, I don't think that would have been the case. I was just in such a bad headspace.
Do you think you could have done both then? Like, we've spoke about this conversation of like, could you have done both? Could you have balanced family and been...
Not in 2013. No, I didn't have it. I was bought in hook, line, and sinker. Like, Nick Chet got killed at the end of 2012. She was born in May. And then that's when I got hurt, and just everything started to cascade from there. It's hard, man. Like, I didn't want to get off that speeding train. Like, I wanted to be the perfect husband. I wanted to be the perfect dad. I didn't have a mentor to show me how to do it. No one ever slapped me across the face and he's like, you can do both, dude. You can do both. And I'm sure guys were. I just never felt like they were. Or if they were, no one was ever giving you that crash course like, hey, here's how you do it. Like, you have to be able to power this thing down. If the balloon goes up, we're going to call you. If we don't call you, show back up at 5 a.m. tomorrow and get in the gym. As soon as you leave here, power it all down. Just focus on family, because you're not going to have a whole lot of time with them. That's what I look like now. Like, if I walk through the door at 5 p.m., my kids go to 9, I've got a 4-hour block to make a difference. If I come home and I really take 5 to 7:30, I'm two-hand texting, I'm in this group chat, we're on phone calls and talking about training trips. Now I'm not getting anything. Now she wants me to go do bath time. I'm on a phone call. I can't do it. Blow it off. You miss that opportunity. Hey, I'm putting her down for bed. I'm like, I can't right now. She walks downstairs. She's like, is she already asleep? She's like, she's already asleep. Like, well, I'm about to leave on the road for 2 weeks. I guess I ain't going to see her. It's like that just keeps happening over and over and over again. And I never had the awareness to go, nope, as soon as I pull out of that compound, I'm going to power the whole thing down. I just never did that. It was never even in my conscious thought. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I never thought about it. I just thought you could make them both work. That's why when I talk to guys now, I'm like, if you can develop or dedicate your first 4 years to your craft, just the craft, don't rush to get married. Don't make your high school sweetheart your fiance. Don't rush to get married and have a bunch of kids. Lay the foundation, something you know you can continue for the next 15, 20 years. Then get the girlfriend. Bring her into the pattern. Make her a fiance. Test her. Make sure she's up for this. Turn her into your wife. Run that for another year. Okay, you're good with the schedule. I'm good with the schedule. You want to try to have a baby? Yep. Okay. Then you really have to work on dials, not switches. I didn't have it in me at the time. It's one of my big regrets.
I think one of the things that makes you guys so great, though, is almost not compatible with that situation. And it's like you'd have to learn that, like you have, learn that lesson after the fact, after developing that greatness or, that success. Such a difficult thing to do. So the idea that there's not that many role models available in that space, it makes sense. Does anyone looking back exist who could have been, just maybe just wasn't in your sphere?
Oh yeah. Bunch of guys. But if you look at the hard skill component, they had already turned the page. Right? So if you look at the guys who maybe didn't have balance, I felt like their performance was at a different level, and I didn't want to live in that gray area in between. It's like, I want no one to ever question if I can make the jump, if I can make the climb, if I can pick that up, if I can make this shot, how's my skills in the house, like all the things that like truly matter, like the 5 things that really, really matter. I don't want anyone to ever question my ability to do those 5 things. And I felt like the guys who were probably amazing husbands, amazing fathers, weren't setting the standard on those 5 disciplines. Like, they were holding their own. They were well above industry standard. If they would have went back to Team 10, they would have blown everybody out of the water. But at that level, it felt like there was a big gap between being brand new, living in that middle gray area, and then the super elite. There was levels to it. And product of the culture, man. Just trying to be better.
We spoke about yesterday about the idea of some people, probably yourself as well, suppress pain, suppress situations, whatever it is. But the idea of suppressing love is something that I think was quite unique to your situation around the girls and Patsy. Would you be open to talking about that a little bit?
Sure.
I mean, how difficult is that to do that?
It's not as difficult as you would think. It'd be very difficult if you lived a normal 9 to 5 and you came home every day and you were building that relationship, that rapport, and you were trying to suppress it from close proximity. But when you're on the road so much, you're gone, you're distant, it's very easy just to wall it off. And, just how things were in the war and mission sets and things that were coming down the pipe, I fell in love with them. I fell in love with Patsy. I fell in love with Lola. And it's like, man, like some of these things you would get briefed on, you would start spinning up for. You're like, that's a kamikaze mission, dude. Like, do I want to make her the first 2-time widow in NSW history? Like, no, I don't. Well, how am I going to bite on that risk? I'm going to obsess over the craft. I'm going to surround myself with people that are better than me, and I'm just going to show up every day trying to be a little bit better than I was the day before. That's it. That's all I can do. But I wouldn't FaceTime much. I wouldn't call home much. Because it's one of those things, like you end a FaceTime phone call, the last thing you see is your infant doesn't know you. I mean, her eyes are still kind of slammed shut. I mean, she's not even really processing the world right now. So you see that and you're like, okay, I'll call you later. You hang it up. 5 minutes later, you're on a bus heading to the helipad. Now you're flying in. You're like, that's on the forefront of your mind. What happens if I step off this helo? I step on an ID, I get blown up. What happens if I run to the front door? They clack off the building, they kill me. How's that going to happen to her? Who's going to knock on her door? What's her reaction going to be? How's she going to explain that to Lola? She's not going to know until she's 7, 8 years old. This is what happened to your dad. It's just, it weighs heavy, man. And some guys are really good at compartmentalizing it. I used proximity. I just tried to distance myself as much as possible. In the back of my mind, it was, when the war ends, I'll be able to just roll back in and I'll just pick up right where I should be and things will be in a natural, happy order. That's just not the case, man. It just isn't. You need to be there. You need to be there for bath time and story time and being Brontosaurus and painting fingernails and doing the whole thing. And if you're not, you miss out on a bunch of valuable things. And that's so hard for me.
Just a quick interruption from the video. I just want to tell you that our email list is linked down below and you're going to get genuine emails from myself, my brothers, and updates about what is going on. And that includes early access to these videos, but also behind the scenes of these projects and how we're making them. We want to stay connected with you guys, and this is the best way that you can do that. Join down below. It's completely free and you get a ton of wisdom and some emails from some daft lads.
The tools you created in the way that you were was to protect the girls and Patsy, and was to ensure that they had a father at some point. At what point did you realize that those tools and those walls that you were building to protect them actually was causing them harm?
By 2015, 2016, like I knew I'd taken it a little bit too far. And now it's just so hard to come back into it. Now the schedule's ramped up. I've already set conditions to be gone so much. And it was like, no matter how I try to come back and try to reintegrate with the family, it's not even that it's met with resistance. It feels like I'm staying the night at your house. Like I'm creeping around the kitchen. Like I don't know where the paper towels are anymore. I'm like, where is my protein shaker? Like I don't know where anything is anymore because I haven't been there much. And when I am there, I'm still so distant. Like I'm not locked in. I mean, I don't know if she told you that. Like I'd sit on the couch and she'd be sitting there holding Lola and watching TV or whatever, and I'd have a little whiteboard out just drawing CQB sketches. Hours, dude. She's like trying to have a conversation. She's like, hey, what? She's like, I've been talking to you for 5 minutes. Yeah. She started talking and I'd start sketching again. It's like I couldn't even get out of it. It's like my default mechanism. It makes you really good, but it really separates you. So hard to integrate. Because then you feel like a constant failure. Nobody wants to feel like that. It's like every time I show up, I mess this thing up. Like I show up at school for some parent-teacher conference. They don't know who I am. Like, oh, who are you? I'm like, oh, I'm Lola's dad. And they're like, oh, okay. One of those things. I can remember bringing Lola into the team. I bring her in the cage area. I'm working in there on a Saturday, and she's running around, and all the guys are in there. And you just hear, DJ. He's like, your kid calls you DJ? I'm like, yeah, she did up until she was probably 7. That's all she ever heard, because it would always be on a phone call. DJ. Me and Patsy arguing or whatever it was. That's what she called me. It's heavy, man. It's like never anybody I wanted to be. It just naturally evolved that way. If I could go back and change it, I don't know if I would, but I definitely would have ran on dials, not switches. So.
Patsy said about like, even when she was trying to integrate you into the family, it was difficult. Like you'd go out in public and you'd have, she spoke about panic attacks and like sweats and stuff like that. Could you talk us through like one of those situations or what that looked like? I never had depression, never had anxiety as a kid. Not that I can remember. I never liked public speaking, but I never minded big crowds. Going to the mall, going to movies, going to a concert, like I didn't care. Right after that 2013 when I got hurt, I couldn't be around it. Like even going to the supermarket, like she'd see me, she's like, you okay? I'd just be sweating. Just always on edge. I always thought I was about to be attacked. I mean, I'm looking at just spitting venom on somebody. Just hyper vigilant, just constantly aware, just processing so much information. I mean, Manny talked about it not too long ago. I mean, it happens even now. If I'm walking through the mall, it feels like
it feels my brain goes in like Terminator mode. 6'1", 214 pounds, left-handed, got a limp right there. He's got cauliflower ears. I'm just doing that with every single person around me, like all day long, and it's exhausting. By the time you get home, it's just, like, I can't do this anymore. I feel like at any point, the whole mob is just going to turn inboard on me and just attack me. It's like, I can't fight myself out of this. I don't want to be here. I can't do this. We go to Busch Gardens, Disney World. I can't do this. I mean, just standing in line, start sweating, just panicking. Like, I cannot be here right now. She's like, oh, just calm down. Like, don't tell me to calm down. Stop. I can't do this right now. She's like, I don't know what's wrong with you. It's like, oh my God. I'd have a visceral response and I'd feel it. I mean, they thought I was having seizures for a while. I went in, we had to do all these testing, and I actually grabbed my troop chief, and he's like, what's going on with this stuff? I hear you're going to the hospital. I'm like, come here. And I grabbed his hand and I put it on my sternum, and he went, what the It felt like you had a cell phone under my sternum on vibrate. I'm like, I'm not doing that, dude. I don't know what that is. And he's like, okay. When got checked out and had to go to NICO and get on a bunch of meds and all this stuff. And it was just consuming, man. I remember the first time it ever happened. We were in the chow hall at work, eating lunch. We just got done doing CQB. I'm sitting there normal. Everybody's having a nice, easy, even keel conversation. And all of a sudden, it was like a rush of information. Every conversation around the entire room, the cutting, banging of plates, the dishwasher going off, just everything. And I looked down and I could see sweat dripping off my nose at the table. I'm like, oh my God. Went to the bathroom, dry heaving, splashing water on my face. Like I couldn't catch my breath. Like I thought I was going to die right then and there in the bathroom. And the only thing worse than that was me trying to convince myself I could cover this up and walk back out there and no one was going to notice. Like, what if they notice? What if they see? What are they going to say? What are they going to do? Are they going to kick me out of here? Oh God, how do I hide this? How do I cover this up? Distance yourself. Get away from the group. Ostracize yourself, get to where this is manageable, and then I can reintegrate later. And it just kept getting worse, kept getting worse, kept getting worse. And I'd go home and it was like I had no safe haven. Now it's like I only felt comfortable at work. Now I don't. Now I don't know what to do. I can't say it to anybody. Who am I going to say it to? Like nobody else is going through this. At least you thought at the time. Like I commonly say I was the first team guy that ever suffered from any kind of mental health issues because no one most certainly said it before I did. Like they did it. The guys committed suicide. They did all kinds of stuff. They got divorced, alcoholism, all the other things, but no one ever spoke about it. So when it happened to me, I felt like I had leprosy. Why is this only happening to me? How has this not happened to anybody else? It was. Nobody just ever talked about it.
How long did you hide it for?
Oh, like crippling, 2013 to 2020.
Whoa.
Oh, crippling.
Right. Okay. Wow.
Like not sleeping, like she's washing the sheets in our bed 5 nights a week, sweating through the entire mattress. I mean, there's a giant yellow stain from me just pouring sweat all night. Nightmares, just terrible stuff. Just suck it up. Keep eating the meds. Think it's going to do better. I mean, I was doing everything. Wim Hof, mindset, meditation, labyrinth walks, 20-minute walks. I was trying to do everything I could to try to suppress it. Nothing worked. And now when I look back, was it really that? Or was it a combination of that and then all the different medications I was on? I don't know. It'd be nice to be able to point to, like, oh, it was because I was taking all these meds and I was abusing alcohol. I wasn't. I was taking all the meds. I wasn't abusing alcohol. It didn't really matter. But I was, toughest time of my life, man. To try to show up and do that job and not be sure if you're going to be able to cover it up. Like at what point are people going to realize that you are unhinged right now? You are fraying at the seams. I mean, big injuries that I hit, huge injuries. I was so afraid. I mean, I broke my femoral neck off in green team. Kept jumping on it. Did another 80 skydives on it. I didn't care. I'm not saying a word. Dislocate my shoulder, tear all my labrums, rotator cuff. I'm not saying a word. It got to the point right now I couldn't throw a baseball. It's 50-50. My shoulder comes out of socket. I'm just going to suck it up. I'm just going to pretend like this isn't happening right now, and I'm just going to guard this. I'm not going to say anything to anybody. And selfish, man. Putting my individual needs above the needs of the group. Am I at 100%? No. I'm at 50%. But because you can still perform at a super high level, like, well, me at 50% right now is so much better than I used to be that no one's even going to notice. Like, you don't have to worry about me jumping. You don't have to worry about my CQB, not my breaching, not my shooting, not my fighting, not my fitness. Nope. It didn't matter. Mentally and emotionally, I was just in a downward spiral.
How did you feel when you eventually left? Like, how did, like, especially mentally, like losing that identity?
At the moment, I got in trouble for some jump stuff, and it was one of those moments where I felt a culture shift, and I was like, man, it certainly feels like you want us to be choir boys. It feels like you want me to not be who you wanted me to be 6 months ago, and I don't want to change. I don't want any of these guys to change. So in my mind, I was done. I was like, medical retirement, done. I'm going to do that. I'm going to contract. I'm going to be happy. I'll be home. You know, the majority of the year now, I'll make more money than I made when I was in. Everything will be great. The furthest thing from the truth, man. They hand me that thing on a Friday. I get my DD 214. I'm officially retired. They take away my ID, sign a bunch of paperwork, all the NDAs. I pulled out of the compound, took a picture of my rearview mirror, get a picture of the gate closing behind me. Never coming back. That first Monday morning was crippling. Terrible. I never imagined it would be that hard. No one ever talked about it. You always hear these fairy tales and this illusion of grandeur that you're going to get out and this billionaire from Texas will pay you $400,000 a year just to sit on his ranch and tell war stories, and he wants you to be a program developer that doesn't really do anything. Like, you hear these fairy tale stories, and you're like, cool, I'll just do that. No. That phone call's never coming. That job opportunity doesn't exist. Now what are you going to do? You have 5 things you're really, really good at, and no one needs them. There's not a civilian organization that I know that's going to tell me to run a compound assault. They're not going to ask me to jump. They're not going to ask me to dive. They're not going to ask me to mission plan or do anything else. Like, I don't have any transferable skill set. Nothing. There's nothing I know how to do that you're going to pay me to do. So what do I do now? Downward spiral. In my mind, I thought it was going to be the best thing for me. In reality, it was probably the worst. I wasn't ready. Wasn't ready at all. And I told myself I was, but wasn't. I feel like that happens to most of the guys. I feel like they're ready to get out and they're like, oh, cool, I'm going to get out and I'm going to Goldman Sachs. I'm never going to pick up a gun again. I'm never going to talk about CQB again. I'm going to completely change everything about me. They have an enormous fall from grace. You've never been around civilians, not in 25 years. You have no idea what you're about to walk into. I know you went to school when you were in Afghanistan, you got your degree in finance, and you think it's going to be amazing because of where you're going to work. Miserable. Majority of them just quit. We've had a bunch of guys get out and just come back in. They get out, they're out for a year, and they're like, nope, right back in.
Really, that's wild. Yeah, I didn't know that. Did you struggle with the mundane life? Like, obviously you'd seen what was going on in the world at the time. Like, did it frustrate you, people's issues, people's problems in day-to-day life? Did they seem less relevant or?
Yeah. Things people complain about, you're like, I can't even believe you waste your time on that. That's not even an issue. You're creating the problem right now. So I didn't have a lot of sympathy for people. I just didn't. Not until I went down to Mexico and did that whole thing. No, man, I stewed. I had a really cool job opportunity to happen right after I retired. I got to teach the Tier 1 guys in the Air Force for 3 years, run a part of their selection. That was a really, really good thing for me. Being around the guys, still being engaged. I was doing the majority of the things that I love, shooting, CQB, skydiving. I was doing that full time, all day, every day. Probably the best thing for me, but it did not scratch the itch. It just felt like, yeah, I'm training these guys to do a job that I wish I was still doing. So in a lot of ways, it hurt. You'd see them all go to graduate. You'd see them fleet up. Now they're starting to deploy, and you're like, God, I'm so envious of you. You miss it. But in your mind, you're like, I'm ready to be done. I just want to transition out. I want to do something completely different. No, you don't. I never wanted to do anything different. I just, I had so many injuries stacked up, and they wanted to do a double shoulder replacement, a hip replacement, wanted to fuse my neck, my lower back. I'm not going to sit here for another 3 years and go through all these surgeries to not be able to deploy, not be able to suit it back up. Like, just get me out, I'll deal with it on my own. And then you realize that the entire 17 years, you've never really done anything for yourself. You've had admin doing this, you've had medical doing that. Like, they're booking your your audiograms, your dentist appointments, your blood draws, this. Somebody's doing everything for you so you can just focus on the task at hand. And when you get out, that support system is not there. Like, hey, I got a pay discrepancy. Well, now that you're retired, how long do you think that's going to get fixed? It'll never get fixed. There's nobody that's going to help you through that. You're just on phone calls and emails and redirect. Like, being a civilian is the hardest thing I've ever done. Getting out of the military is the hardest thing I've ever done.
What was the biggest thing that was difficult about it?
There's no purpose. There's no reason for me to be on the planet. I spent my entire marriage isolated away from her. Now I've got 2 kids, been isolated away from them. Now I'm a shell of who I used to be. Now I have no purpose. I have no drive, have no community, have no group chat, have no team. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Nothing. Like, there's nothing making me swing feet out of bed in the morning. Nothing. That's why, thank God, I found Vernon. Back in the gym, living the same routine. So the majority of my day, I mean, you see the morning routine here. It's very similar to where it was at work. Wake up early, come to the gym, do the 20-minute walk, do the protein shake, do the recovery, go to the range on Wednesdays, teaching CQB, doing whatever we're going to do. Leave at 5 o'clock, work on dials, not switches. But the morning routine is pretty much unbroken. It's what I've been doing my whole life. Just keep doing that. And it sets conditions for me to be able to cascade all that positivity in a positive direction. If I used to just wake up in the morning, sleep until 9, get up, get a cup of coffee, stay in sweatpants till noon, watch TV, scroll social media, nothing really to do. Maybe I'll just stay in sweatpants all day. You just burn out, tired. You just want to rest. If you were to give me the option to go into cryo and sleep for 6 years, I would have done it. I don't want to be here. I don't want to play the game. Really, really depressed. And every day, really from 2013 up until Mexico, I wanted to die every single day. Like, not because I didn't want to live, just because I was tired. I didn't want to do it anymore. I don't want to have the uncomfortable conversations. I don't want to let anybody down. I prayed I got hit by a truck. Prayed I died in a freak skydiving accident. Hope somebody cracked off a breech at the wrong time and blew me up, and I just gone. It would have been a lot easier.
How did you first learn about Mexico?
Marks and Amber Capone. Yeah. When it was at its worst, I had already gone down my negative spiral. I was already living multiple different lives and all the different affairs I was leading simultaneous. It was just a very ugly time in my life. Patsy knew I was she knew I was in a bad spot. She knew how bad it was. And I finally opened up to her. I forget where we were. I don't know if we were driving in the car one day, and she's like, I just don't know what's wrong with you. It just feels like you're just so out of touch. I have to ask her, but I think I just said it. I was like, Patsy, if you knew how much I thought about killing myself, you just shut up. I think about it all day. I'm thinking about it right now. Like, right now, I've just been thinking about unbuckling this seatbelt and opening that door and jumping out in the middle of traffic and letting that 18-wheeler run me over. I've been thinking about it all day. Every single jump. Do I pull? Do I just corkscrew this thing in the ground at 100 feet and pound myself in and they'll call it a freak accident? It's running through my mind all day, every day. It's all I think about. I just don't want to do this again. I don't want to wake up tomorrow. Like, if I died in my sleep, oh, thank you, Jesus. And there's no reason, right? You lived an amazing life. You had a great career, 2 healthy kids, 10 fingers, 10 toes, got a beautiful wife. Everything should be great, except I'm miserable.
What stopped you up until that point?
A lot of it was the logistics. Because you hear these horror stories of guys shooting themselves, hanging themselves, and you're like, yeah, your wife didn't get life insurance for a suicide. Like, oh, well, now you got to get creative. It's like, well, do I get a DUI? Do I crash on a telephone pole, being drunk, just take off the seatbelt, stick my head over the steering wheel and slam it at 100, go through the windshield and just end it? Did she get paid for that? I mean, like Googling it to try to figure out what's going on. I mean, you run through every scenario, but it's back to the details. Like, you think about every single detail. Like, if I shut this off, does that null and void this? How's it going to be perceived? Like, if I die doing that, is everybody going to look at me like, what an idiot? Like, even if I call it a freak accident, it's like, what a dumbass. Like, I don't want to go down like that. Like, do I take too many pills? Do I Do I overdose? What's that look like? How's that affect life insurance? Just all the different things. But you're thinking about it all day long. And that becomes, as soon as you wake up in the morning, is there an ability for me to close this out today? And then, the electrocution, everything else. It's like, you just keep getting bit over and over, but it's like, it's not killing me. It's like, when is it going to kill me? When am I finally just going to close this chapter out? I'm so glad it didn't, but in the moment, man, that's the only thing you think about. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense. Like, I'm just so tired. And that's what I tell dudes now. Like, if you finally get somebody to open up about mental health issues and they say that phrase, I'm just so tired. You've got a serious problem on your hands. Like, he is looking for the reset button right now. If he tells you he's so tired, that's it. Every time I've heard it, that's what they've done next. Just so tired, man. I just don't want to do it anymore. Just exhausted. I just want to sleep. Okay, we got to do an intervention right now. They say that phrase to you, all systems stop. That's just where it was. I wake up in the morning just exhausted. I did a sleep study. I was sleeping like 13 minutes a night, just nightmares, panic attacks, sleep apnea, the whole thing. Just, I can't sleep. And then the whole body starts to break down. You're still training every day. And it's like, I'm just digging myself in a hole I'm never going to get out of. That's exhausting, man. And there's no way out because there's no one else you can talk to. It's not like you've been through the exact same thing. You've walked the same path. I'm like, Jordan, dude, I got this going on. That conversation never happens. I most certainly never had it with anybody else. They never had it with me, even when I got out. When we talked, we went down to Mexico. When people finally opened up, me too. F you, man. Like, you knew how bad it was for me. Like, I confided in a couple people, fell on deaf ears. Like, oh man, it sucks to hear. Well, 6 months later, you're telling me you too for a decade? Like, you're going to let me shoot myself in my guest room and pretend like you weren't suffering through it too? Nah, not anymore. I'm not doing that. Yeah, we were laying in bed one night and we've been friends with Marcus and Amber for 20 something years. And he had a bad fall from grace getting out of the Navy, and he went to Goldman Sachs, and just a downward spiral, drinking, all the different things. And yeah, Amber went on a mission to try to find him help. And we heard all the rumors. Marcus went out to the West Coast, and now he's down in Mexico doing these psychedelics, and he's licking frogs. And you're like, oh God, the West Coast got a hold of him too. He's probably got bleach blonde tips, probably wearing a weird fedora and some ugly t-shirt. Like, oh God, poor Marcus. And then you see him, like, he looks significantly better than I've ever seen him before. He's the exact same person, just his eyes are brighter. He's happy. He's well balanced. Okay. They made some little infomercial about the treatment. We laid in that bed and we watched it and just cried our eyes out. She's like, if you love me, you'll go. I'll go to Mexico and do psychedelics. I'm not scared of doing drugs. I'm in. Never did I think it'd work. Never did I think that would be able to get me on a better spot than I am now until you go down there. And there aren't many people that are in a worse scenario than I was. And I went down there with no intention of ever coming back. If I'm being totally honest, I really hoped Ibogaine would kill me. I really hoped I'd take that medicine, it'd be too strong, and I just wouldn't wake up. I didn't want to come home to face reality, all the things I had done, all the things that were happening to me. I thought that'd be the easiest way. And after I woke up from Ibogaine, it's like, I have to go home and fix this right now. Like, I never wanted to be home that bad my whole life. If you would have given me the option to hit a button and teleport home right then, right there, I would have done it.
When you say when you woke up, even like that breath you just took then, like, I feel like you're talking about this weight had dropped off you. Like, but what did it feel like? Was it like consciousness, awareness, like clarity? Like, what was the feeling that once you finally, the treatment had finally finished that day, like the first sort of initial feeling?
It was so heavy because everything you go through Ibogaine, it just conjures up all the stuff you've been suppressing. My posture was different. I was hunched over. I felt like I was carrying 1,000 pounds. But you had this sense of, you can get through this. Like, right now, you're in the best spot you've ever been. You're open, you're transparent, and you'll just say it. If you could just go home right now and deliver her this message, this news, she'll receive it. Would she have? I don't know. But it was heavy, man. Every negative interaction, every time I almost did myself in, Every time I blew up at Patsy or the girls or anything else, all the relationships that had failed in my life and all the people I had to cut out and all the different things, it led me to that moment. And, still scared to come home. Still didn't want to, but in that moment, it gave you this sense of, you can still fix this. Like, story's not over yet. Still plenty more chapters to write. You just have to be home and you have to be able to reset from all of this. You got to be able to cut out all the toxicity. But I'll tell you what, doing 5 MEO was, if I wouldn't have done 5 MEO, I don't know if I could have gotten home. So heavy. I mean, it's on the forefront of your mind. Everything you've ever done, every interaction, every ounce of negativity you've ever projected, you're wearing it now. And when you lay down and you smoke that 5 MEO, it kills your ego. But it's like, you ever watch Stranger Things? Mm-hmm. You ever see when Will exhales all that black smoke? It's exactly like that. Every ounce of toxicity in your body leaves you in one shot, and you feel like you're about this big, and then you disintegrate in the atmosphere. You believe in angels and demons and aliens and all of it. Like, you're like, okay, God's real for sure. I know that for a fact. There's no way that happened naturally. That is put there for a very specific reason. And it was like everything in the world is pure. It's like, oh, I can get through this. We're good. I'm going home. And that's when I called and she didn't answer, and everything started a downward spiral from there. But the most clear-headed I've ever been, off all the medication, completely sober, nothing in my body, not nicotine, not alcohol, no amphetamine, nothing, completely sober. I felt like shit physically. Like, my body was in shambles, but I felt so much better than I ever had before. It felt like I was back to that 22-year-old kid. Clean, pure, and optimist, like, I can get through this. And then reality started to set in.
In terms of like describing the process, the feeling, that kind of stuff, I think In Waves and Wars just done such an incredible job. Like, people can go watch that on Netflix and see that the animation and like but I wanted to know, did that capture some essence of what you was going through?
It did. Really vivid memories, but not how I would have expected. I think everybody, especially in the military, when you go down, you do that treatment, you expect it's going to be like Apocalypse Now. Laying on the bed, just watching the fan go and just reliving all of this stuff. Nothing. I mean, it gapped my entire military history. It gapped it. Like, there's nothing. Like, I try to remember Nick Check's face and all these other guys and these scenarios, and nothing. Not a bit. None of it happened. Why? Because none of that was trauma. All that's what I wanted. Like, I was living my dream life. Like, all the good, all the bad, I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't even change losing him. I wouldn't. I learned so much about myself and so much commitment and focus, and you got to see a purist in his form doing the most selfless act you can do, a hostage rescue. There's nothing else on the planet like that. And for him to go out like that, and that's who he is. It's like, even all the bad, loved it. None of that was traumatic. Childhood stuff, and then how I projected it to my kids and how I've dealt with my wife. That's really where it haunts me. Like, I regret the person I developed into. If I could just erase that part, I'd be okay. Now I just got to go home and reintegrate. Like, how do I do this? And with all the stuff I had going on, it's just, there's no way I'm going to be able to get through this. But you have this, little seed in the back of your head that, like, what if? Like, what if you go home? What if you just confess everything right now? And she says, okay. She lets you back in. Still a little bit of optimism in the back of your head. Maybe I'll be able to solve this. And then, yeah.
We spoke about this. I think if people wanted the full story of this, the best place they could go is going to be the documentary that we put out, because I think yesterday was, an absolute privilege for you to take us on that drive that happened after Mexico. I couldn't help but think, like, yesterday, I mean, we touched on it briefly, of, is there something bigger than at play, or the bigger forces at play here? even like you say, like all of that stuff coming out and that situation happening has led to possibly the only best outcome for you guys, like the best outcome for loads of people as well, actually. But in that situation, would things have been differently if you'd gone back and confessed everything, like if it hadn't happened the way that it did? So the idea that God exists, or there being some other level to this that we just don't know about, what are your thoughts on that? And like, do you think stuff's fated, it's written as there's a plan all along? Like, do you think this stuff was supposed to happen? Like, I'm just super curious as that how that sort of cracked that part of your mind open. And you've always said that you've been semi-spiritual throughout your life anyway, but what was the sort of shift at that point?
It feels like it's all part of a plan. But if you talk to guys that have done Ibogaine and 5-MeO in conjunction, everybody feels the same thing, even if they don't see it. And somebody had, I think it was epiphanies after Ibogaine or something like that. It's like a graphic thing they do, probably AI generated from things you see. But I saw one that was very similar to what I saw. And it was you leaving your vessel, going straight up. And then, the scene in The Matrix when they're all in those little pods being fed in the feeding tubes? It was like that, but it was an industrial complex and we were all coming from the exact same spot. You and me come from the exact same spot, so do you. We're all supposed to be interconnected. We're not supposed to be infighting. We're all supposed to be supporting each other in one system. We're all coming from the exact same place. When we all die, we all go to the exact same place again. I've heard that hundreds of times from people.
From multiple people, the same thing?
We all come from the exact same spot. I don't know what that is, but every single time I've done 5-MeO quite a bit now, and every time I feel the exact same thing. I am supposed to be here. We are all interconnected, and you feel it as soon as you wake up. I feel an energy source from you, and I feel connected to it. Like I feel like we're related somehow. Everybody. It's like you just feel so much better. It's like this is all part of the plan. Like I was supposed to make those mistakes, and really it was a test to see how I came back from. I don't know if everything happens for a reason, but that medicine most certainly makes you seem like it's all part of the process. Like you're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be doing this job. Kevin Durant is supposed to be playing basketball and all these different things. It's so hard to explain if you haven't done it.
So what's your thought on afterlife then? Like what do you think happens after this life?
I really hope we get a chance to come back and do it again. Maybe you don't remember it, but Patsy had the same thing. Like she had lived multiple lives before. And I thought the exact same thing. I've been living this style of life for hundreds of years. Like I was a warrior in subclass back in, the Viking eras. And I got killed off in battle, or I did something else and I got repurposed and I did it again. Like I feel like I've been here so many times. And there's like deja vu things. You'll hear a story, or I had it with Jay. I went to the Churchill Museum in London. I walked into it, asking. I broke down when I walked inside it. No reason. It felt like I'd been there. It felt like I fought in that war. I mean, bawling my eyes out. Like, couldn't keep my shit together. I don't know. It felt like I'd been there. Searched my family tree, 99.9% Welsh. It's like, I feel like I've been here, man. I feel a deep draw to it. And I don't know. I'll be in pockets where I'll drop into a place and it's like, God, man, I have been here, dude. Oh my God, what is this? It's weird. It feels like you've lived multiple lives. You talk to the guys, it feels like that. It feels like this is just one chapter of many lives I'm going to live. It's hard to explain, man. But once you get into it, it makes you believe. Like, I don't have to go to church every Sunday. I don't have to do all this, but there is something 100%. This isn't a fluke. Not just happenstance, we're all here. Yeah, but it gives you the sense of everything happens for a reason. Every mistake you ever made, you can right those wrongs. Just got to keep showing up. Keep coming back. Do it again. Do it again.
The one I wanted to talk about off the back of that is the thing you said yesterday of I still live with that regret of what I did to Patsy every day. I'm curious as to whether you think you'll ever be able to forgive yourself for it.
In almost 6 years, I haven't found an ounce of forgiveness. I almost feel more guilty. Like I'll see the excitement on the kids' faces. We'll go off on a trip and it'll be the best day. We'll wake up. The kids aren't fighting. We're not arguing. We wake up and it's just bliss the whole day. We'll go out to the beach, or we'll be in Spain and we're drinking espresso by the beach and the kids are frolicking and doing whatever they want to do and they're having the best day. And it'll shift and I'll just feel guilty. Like, I don't even deserve this. I don't. I don't deserve to be here. I don't deserve to have you. I don't deserve to have these kids. I ruined it. I ruined this whole thing. She didn't deserve it. You didn't do anything to warrant it. It was all just me, putting my individual needs above the needs of our group. And I hate myself for it. I find myself staring in the mirror quite a bit. Just disgusted. Like, all the good things you did, all that attaboys, all get taken away with one oath. That's how it feels. Like on the days where I should be just drowning in happiness, I can't do it. I feel like I jumped in the ocean with bricks tied to my feet. Like 2 inches from the surface, just scrambling, trying to find forgiveness, and I can't. I can't do it. If she would be worse, if she would be just a terrible wife or terrible mom, maybe it'd be easier. The fact that she's awesome makes it even worse. Because in the moment, I painted her into a picture to where I could do that. I could justify it. You can't. You can't. Anybody that knows her knows that. And I can see it. Like even our closest friends that have forgiven me, or they overlook it, they don't throw it in my face. Like I would. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen guys that I really looked up to. I love their wife. I love their dynamic together. And then you watch the whole relationship just chip away and self-destruct. And I'm like, you idiot. God, why would you do that? I did it. I still judge you. I know you judge me, even though you say you don't. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I really messed this whole thing up, and I don't deserve the things that I have. It's the truth. How do I make it right? Try to make everybody better than me. Try to be open and transparent, tell you all the things I've messed up. That way you don't make the same mistakes I did. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to walk around every single day telling yourself you don't deserve the things you have. Like, I don't deserve a family. I don't. I don't deserve to have her as a wife. And on the days where it's great, those are the days I feel the worst. I hope I will. And someday I hope that I'll forget. Maybe I'll get some advanced form of dementia and it'll just erase that part of my life and I'll just forget that one aspect and like, selective. I'll just erase that whole part of my memory and we'll be okay. But until then, it's heavy, man. Super heavy.
Do you think it's important that you can forgive yourself?
I think it's important long term to try to forgive yourself. But for right now, it's almost like a conscience. It sits on my shoulder, keeps me accountable. And it's like, better walk the straight and narrow. There are no more silver bullets. You fired them all. You got to be accountable every minute out of your day. And that's why it keeps me on a straight and narrow now. Like, I'll never put myself in a scenario where I could deviate off course again. I know what happens. Like, there's no temptation. I have nothing. I don't look at porn. I don't follow girls on social media. I don't have any female friends. Like, I am in isolation. I'm not doing that because I don't want to. I'm doing that because it doesn't serve me. Doesn't make my wife happy. Doesn't make our relationship stronger. Doesn't rebuild my seat at the table. I'm not doing that. I'm done. And I wish I just would have done that earlier. I wish I would have slapped myself in the face. I'm like, no. Nope. You want to be in isolation. You want to go on these trips. You can do that. You don't have to cheat on your wife. You don't have to do that. To me, that was part of the life. That was part of the cover. It's like, I'm single. Like, I'm not wearing a wedding ring. I'm in all these different states. I can do whatever I want to. But don't do that. There's no reason. She didn't deserve it. She was amazing. I thought of it like a distraction. And I feel guilty for it now. I could have had a balance point. Just at the time, you don't think it's possible. So you don't put any energy into it. I wish I would have.
You mentioned Jay there, and we're hoping if we can align to do a piece with Jamie, and I think it'll be really beneficial to have you talk about Jamie and him. I mean, how did it come about that you guys built such a strong relationship? Because it was, you didn't know him. Okay, so how did that come about?
Jamie was still in the squadron, UKSF. and was buying our gear, belts, mounts, knives, all this stuff. And we were sitting here one day and we got a package from the UK and opened up, and it was a squadron plaque and little handwritten note. He's like, "Hey, I know you guys don't know me. This is where I come from. I just want to say great job. The content you guys put out, it's everything we're saying over here." And he goes, "It's just so refreshing to see you guys do it at that level and be open to share it." He goes, "We're watching it all in the team room." He's like, "Everything you guys are saying is exactly what we need to hear." And he goes, "I just want to say thanks." Cool. Fast forward probably 2 years down the road, we're in the UK, our first trip over, and we meet up. We're over there with a company with a bunch of ex-regiment guys, and Christian Craighead's running around and all that stuff, and we end up going out to eat with a couple of regiment guys, and Christian, we're eating hamburgers right outside of Hereford. And he goes, "Hey, my mate just came back from deployment. He just landed. He's going to meet us up here for a hamburger." I'm like, "Cool." We're in there, we're probably 15 minutes into a conversation, and Jamie walks up to the table, shook his hand, introduced himself, and that's how we started to figure out. He's like, "I'm the one that sent you the plaque." And we're like, "Okay, welcome home." Jay wasn't drinking at the time. I think he was on almost 1,000 days sober. And he was talking about getting ready to transition out. And we were sitting at this big U shape, and I'm sitting at the very end. Jay sits at the very end. We sit across from each other. It was like the rest of the world stopped. The only thing I gave a shit about was directly in front of me, from shoulder to shoulder. That was it. Everything that came out of his mouth, he's a true believer. He was a direct representative of everything I want to be surrounded by. Mentally, physically, spiritually, tactically, emotionally. He is so well-rounded and he is so devout that I'd take my team right now. And I knew it. As soon as I saw him, I was like, "Oh, I love this guy." Okay. Just kept talking. The philosophy, the training methodology, everything he said, I'm like, oh boy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. And when he said it, he's like, "I'm thinking about getting out." I'm like, "Brother, if you want a job, I will launch your shit over to Virginia Beach right now. I would love to have you." And he's like, "Are you serious?" 100% I'm serious. He's like, "Okay, well, let's figure it out." And I think it was probably a couple weeks later. Launched him on a plane over Virginia Beach. He stayed in my house for a couple weeks, lived with my family, came in, did whole morning routine. We got him training in the gym, recovery with Vernon, cold plunging, sauna, everything. Flew back to the UK, started winding everything down, brought him back. I think he stayed in my house for 2 months. Living in my guest room. We'd wake up every morning at 5 a.m. I'm making him coffee. We're driving in, listening to the same music. It was like I've known him my whole life. Everything he represented is exactly who I wanted to be around. He's so well-rounded. He's such a brilliant instructor, and he's a purist. He does that job because that's his calling. And I mean, he's got an amazing career, but his work ethic, his discipline, his patriotism it's unlike anybody else I've ever seen. And that's why he is a unicorn. If you could mass produce Jay Calvert and make 1,000 of him, it'd be the best thing you could ever do. And I don't say that often. He's a true 1%er.
The situation, how it unfolded. So that happened in the middle of all of this, because you guys, he was coming out here to work.
Yep.
Here and stay here permanently.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we put him in for an O1 visa. So he was traveling back and forth on ESTA. So he'd come over for a couple of weeks. We'd fly him back, come over for a couple of weeks. We're house hunting. We're looking for apartments for him. Like, how are you going to sell your truck? We'll get you a truck over here. Like, all the different things. And he dropped all his stuff. He had to do something with, in London, it's like a checkout, out of the military. And he walked in, all this paperwork, dropped it off, and slams it. And he said the guy looked really confused at a computer screen and spun it around. And it said, "Mr. Calvert, you're under investigation on triple murder." And he's like, "Where?" He's like, "Iraq or Syria," whatever he said. He's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, man, I denied." And he's like, "Denied?" He's like, "Yeah." So he couldn't come back over. They pulled his ESTA, pulled all his visa paperwork. And he's like, "Not until the investigation's done." I think that investigation went 2 years. Couldn't get a pay, couldn't get a job, can't do anything. He didn't do his 25 years, whatever it is, in the UK military. So he's not getting a retirement, living out of his truck, selling war medals, selling watches. And you're like, what do we do? Like, how do we support this guy? And that was the whole issue, is like, we couldn't pay him Because now if you're getting paid by a U.S. entity, now the whole thing gets kind of messed up. And like, now he's just suffering in silence. You're like, what do we do for this guy? What do we do? We got lawyers involved. And I mean, we've spent an astronomical amount of money on lawyers to try to get him approved. And the UK finally came to their senses and shut off the investigation. Yeah, it's clean and clear. They leave an asterisk next to it. Like, we could open this up whenever we want to. So that looks very dicey. And then we reapply for the visa. It comes through on the American side. And for whatever reason, the verbiage isn't cleaned up. It says he's still under investigation on triple murder. Now it gets shut down on the US side. You're like, oh man, if you only knew who this guy was. If you only knew what we're trying to do. Like, we're trying to bring him over here to train our military, train our police officers, all the 2A, abiding citizens. Like, he's a knowledge transfer specialist, dude. He is the best in the business. What are you doing? And anybody who's ever met him will tell you the exact same thing. I mean, we've got dude from Danish Special Forces, Sweden, Switzerland, France, Belgium. Everybody who's ever met that dude has written a personal letter of recommendation. He is a true 1%er that will make America better. Doesn't matter. Now we got to get more lawyers spun up. So we've got heavy hitters on the case right now, trying to get him free and clear. I'm an optimist, so is he. And, we'll text each other every day. And he's like, any new word? Steady pressure. Steady pressure. Keep pinging him. Keep pinging him. I don't want to have to ruffle a bunch of feathers and try to get a personal meeting with Donald Trump. But I mean, somebody has to do something. It's so unfair. And now you're seeing all this stuff with the guys in SASR in Australia. They're doing the exact same thing. Like, it's a witch hunt. I don't know why. I don't understand it. But I mean, you drug this guy through the mud. 6 of his mates for 2 years, ruined their lives. A bunch of the guys got out. One of the guys was Canadian, can't go back to Canada. Just, what are you doing? What are you doing? And ironically enough, the incident they said that he murdered people on, you gave him a Silver Star equivalent for it. You awarded him for it. And now you want to pretend like he did something wrong. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's one hill that I'm willing to die for. I'll do anything to get him over here. He makes everybody better when you're around him. He is one of those true believers that just in proximity, if I just set him in the corner, everyone in this room would get better. You got to surround yourself with people like that. And they are not a dime a dozen. Couldn't think of a better representation for UKSF. He served with the unit down here with the Army. I mean, he's the guy. And I knew that from 30 seconds after I met him. This is my guy. And I feel a huge connection to him. He'll tell you the same thing. I feel like me and him were Klansmen back we did something together. My wife says the same thing. We'll sit on the couch. We have the same mannerisms. And we'll just sit there and talk smack for hours. She'll just look at us. She's like, it's so weird seeing you two idiots together. And we do. I love him unconditionally, man. I'd do anything for him.
Well, fingers crossed everything goes well. Like, it's, yeah, absolutely. And like I say, hopefully we manage to get our timings right with something to do a piece of him. Because, I think his story is incredible. One thing I didn't touch on was the compartmentalization side of, do you have a specific scenario you could tell us what that looks like? Like, how long does it take to process, say something happens at work, how quickly before you've put that in a box and you've just moved past it?
Quick. It's like tapping your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. Guys have issues with that until you practice it a little bit. Then it's the same thing. You say something negative, we'll say so-and-so in this team just got killed. Like, oh my God. Oh. Think about his family, think about the kids, think about the scenario, think about the team, what's going through their minds. You're like, oh. We gotta go to CQB. You guys ready? Push it right down. Just stack task on top of it. Just bury it.
So you wouldn't, let's say you went into CQB, you wouldn't carry that through into that even like an hour later or something like that?
Mm-mm. Just wall it off. Same thing with cutting people out of your life. Just bury and just keep your mind busy. Just stack task on top of it over and over and over. Like, and a lot of it's hard to do in the quiet. Like when you're doing meditation and it starts to come in your conscious thought, bury it. Something else, something else, something else. Turn on music, anything. Something else to get your mind off of that topic on anything else. It could be sports, it could be reading a book. It's like you got to do something to get that off the forefront of your mind and suppress it. And once you do that and you keep stacking tasks on top of it, it would naturally get lower and lower, and you just can't let it get in your conscious thought. As soon as it pops up, redirect. It's like, think about Nick, redirect. Who wants to go to the wind tunnel? Okay, let's go to the wind tunnel. Just flying. Coming back. Like, who wants to stop and get tacos? Let's get tacos. Cool. Hey, you hear about this op? You hear about this op? When's our next trip? What are you doing? You just keep adding different tasks on top of it to suppress it. Anytime you sit there in the quiet, and you're like, I get a picture of Nick on my fridge. Every time I look at it, my eyes will shift over and I'll start looking at other photos. Like, all right, here it is. Miss you. Suppress it. Keep your mind active all day long. Idle hands. Idle brain. Nope. Got to keep it focused. Got to keep it on something. Anything. Just drawing. Something. Doodling. Doing something to where that is just not sitting away, just soaking up bandwidth. It's not going to make you better. Right? Just not. It's hard to do though. But once you practice it, it's like anything else. It's like learning a golf swing. Got to learn the mechanics. How do I redirect that? How do I focus my attention? I'm just going to bury it. I'm going to think about something else right now. And as soon as I'm done with that task and this thing starts to rise back up, I'll put another task on top of it. Keep my brain active.
Is it one of those skills that serves you in the moment but has long-term like impact or issues? Like, do you feel like it's something that those ones you need to address?
You definitely do. And I think it's where ibogaine comes in. Because after a while, after a lifetime of doing that, you forget how many things you have buried. And that's really where the ibogaine comes in eventually. And that's what I tell guys. If you imagine like a yard of beer, right? You've seen a yard? Imagine there's a yard of beer sitting at my pelvis that's sitting right at my throat. And I've just filled it with trauma. And I've just poured positive stuff over top of it. Eventually, all that stuff on the bottom is going to start to take up space. And before you know it, it starts to come out of your mouth, free flowing. Now you're just toxic. All the stuff you suppressed, all the childhood stuff, divorces, loss, all the things. Now it's just coming out of your mouth, and now you're just spitting venom all day. Like, you get a grimace on your face, your eyebrows start to curl, and you're just looking for anything you just want to crush. Like, I hate everything. I hate every person. I hate everything. I hate this. I hate that. And it becomes just who you are. Until you dump out that yard of beer and start from ground zero, you're just going to keep stacking that trauma until there's no room for anything else. And now I just have a yard full of trauma. That's where the 5-MeO lets you dump it out. Now I've reset down the baseline. I still got trauma, but now I'm just setting it a quarter way full. Okay, I got to find a way to scrub out the rest of this. Is that talk therapy? Is that meditation? Is that sauna, cold plunge? Like, what is it? What else am I doing to try to get out the rest of that and then not just keep compacting it? It'll serve you for a while, and then eventually you got to dump it. Just got to find out whatever's the best method for you to be able to dump it consistently. For me, it was psychedelic, and now it's just talking, just being open. Like, yeah, I got a bunch of traumatic stuff that I suppressed down inside, but as soon as you want to know about it, I'll just tell you about it.
And that feels like it's relieving some of that pressure or bringing some of that out and maybe not keeping that. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people, your story feels like the ultimate manifestation of those things brimming over, and finding yourself like not even being able to sit still in the world, like to the point where it's just, like going to the supermarket feels like chaos. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people have, maybe traumas and difficulties that tip them over the edge, and they don't realize that that's what's probably causing it. They feel like it's the milk that they spilt on the floor or the kid spilt on the floor, but really it's something much deeper that's just, like you say, not giving you that buffer zone or Pazzi said yesterday that you used to have this sort of persona that would be very present, like it could be, you'd be angry or your eyes would be like almost black. And she did say, DJ can still switch that on today. Like there's certain things that will still bring that out of him today. Do you recognize that? And what are the situations that sort of bring it out?
Conflict, people screaming, loud noises, big crowds, it'll still go, but it's what I tell her. It's like, this is the most well-rounded, outside of the injuries and the hard skill set. But as far as mentally, emotionally, this is the most well-rounded I've ever been. And what I tell her is like, I can sit and I can hover at a 2 all day. I can nice, calm, easygoing, super chill. And the moment I have to, I can roll that thing to a 10 so fast. And I can feel myself morph. It's like the Incredible Hulk. I can just snap into it. and I'll be sinister. I will. I'll kill everybody. I have the courageous restraint to not do it. But if I have to spring back into that version of me, I can do it very, very fast. Some things just drive me up the wall. It just will. And some days it'll just happen naturally. I'll just wake up in the morning and I feel like violence. That's all I want to do. And then you start to not even put yourself in scenarios. Like 2 days ago, me and the kids, I'm pumping gas at the car. And there's some homeless guy who is screaming obscenities, just screaming. Not at me, not at anybody else. And then he looks over at me and kind of gives me one of these, and top of his lungs, screaming. Somebody opens up the door, it's a little white lady, and he screams in her ear, and she jumps and throws all her shit. And it was everything I could do to not get out of my car, walk over there, and just beat him to death. That's all I wanted to do. I thought about all the scenarios, stomping on him, cracking his head open like a watermelon, dragging him around the pavement just to show my kids what true violence looks like. And now I just have the ability to go, nah, put it in drive and just leave. Like, I already lived it. I already got the satisfaction. I know exactly what that looks like. I know exactly what I'm physically capable of doing. I know exactly how far I'll take that. But now I also know what's going to happen on the backside. Cops are going to show up. Ambulance are going to show up. They're going to put me in handcuffs. It's going to be on Fox News. It's going to ruin the business, ruin my kids' lives, ruin my relationship with my wife. I don't have to. But if you walk over here, put me and the kids in threat for my life, you're going to watch me uncork this thing really, really fast. Now I just have the bandwidth to not do it. But there are moments.
Yeah, I was going to say, we said yesterday, like if you was given the opportunity to go back and do it again in the career, if a situation called for it, you seemed eager to, like, yeah, is that a similar kind of thing? Like, give me the opportunity to unleash this a little bit. Like, is there an attraction to being able to go to that place again?
I think everybody, especially guys in a profession or guys that have dealt with high level violence, you're always waiting for the opportunity to rise to where you could uncork it one more time. Because most people have never like really seen it. Like, they've seen this, they've seen that. Like, you've never really seen what that looks like at full extent. And once you have, you're like, I really just want an opportunity to kind of let it go. Got a lot of built up frustration, I got a pain, got a lot of trauma, got a lot of pent up aggression. And I kind of just wish you would slap one of my kids just to watch, so I can see the look on their face when I drop into the scenario. And I tell both my kids, like, we've only got one. I have one shot. If it happens to either of you, the other one is shit out of luck. But if it happens, you're going to get to see the show one singular time, and that's all you'll ever have to see it. It's like
boyfriends is going to be an issue, man.
You kind of just sit dormant. You're like, it feels like you're a caged animal at some point. You're like, I'm never going to have the opportunity to uncork this. I just try to keep myself in the physical condition where if I have to, I know I'm only going to have to do it once. I'm just waiting for that moment. Part of me hopes it never comes. Part of me hopes it comes to where it's a scenario where they're all going to watch it. Like, just sit back and watch this real quick. But yeah, I mean, I can go sinister real fast. And it feels comfortable. It feels familiar. Like, I can revert back to who I was 5 or 6 years ago really fast. But I tell the kids too, like, I don't want to yell. I don't want to scream. I don't want to ground you. I don't want to take away iPads. I don't want to do any of that. Like, I want us all to be buddies. Like I do. I come home. I don't want you guys arguing. I don't want to have to do any of that. If you make me raise my voice, I usually preface it with, hey, I don't want to raise my voice. I don't want to yell. I don't want to scream. I just need for you to do your part in the family and represent the family. And right now, what you're saying doesn't. Stop. I'm going to say it again. Stop. I'm about to scream, and then I will. And then everybody kind of freaks out. I was like, I told you, I didn't want to do that. Please don't make me do that again. Don't. But we don't hit, we don't spank, we don't do any of that.
Do you feel like you find a balance as because I'm seeing when you're talking in that way, checking the team, which is obviously it's essential, but do you feel like you find a balance on delivery, being a team guy, talking to two girls, like, or three women, young women, like, do you find that balance? Like, is it difficult?
It is, because you're not used to ever hearing no. So when you do, it's like, it feels so foreign. You're like, hey, it's time to go to bed. She's like, I'm not ready. Just look at Patsy, I'm like, what do you mean you're not ready? She's like, I'm not ready to go to bed yet. And they'll say it with such confidence, such conviction. I'm going to say it one more time. We are going to bed right now. I don't want to. Well, now this is happening. I'll just start unplugging electronics. Like, yep, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this. It's like, no, I could do it a different way. I could do it the way it was done to me. You won't like that. So, yeah, man, don't turn the baker into the butcher is what I usually say. I can do them both. Don't make me. I don't want to put on the apron. Don't make me do it.
I've heard you get a hard time, to be fair. You got three females in your household. Like I've heard Patsy says they give you a rough time.
Yeah, like if the internet knew how much I get bullied at that house, like I just do, like, because I don't want to be that guy, because I feel like I'm in debt to him. Like every day I wake up, I'm dropping pennies into the piggy bank, trying to re-buy back my position. But I am, like, I'm super passive. Like I avoid confrontation. I don't want to have to get into that until it meets me at the doorstep and then I have to confront it. I really try to avoid it because I know what's going to happen on the backside. It's like, I don't want to ruin a relationship with them. I want to have the best relationship. Like, I want us all to be friends, and that's what we talk about. Like, when my kids graduate and they go off to college, we want to relocate to wherever they are. Like, I want my kids at my house. I want you coming over staying tonight. Like, I want to get a house big enough to where you can come over with your family and you can just stay there. Like, when you say summer vacation, like, you got your own garage, you got your own section of the house, you got your own laundry, your own kitchen. Like, just come. Like, I just want you to be in proximity. Like, I love my family. I don't want to lose them, and I don't want to do anything that's going to make me lose them now. So that's why I'm pretty reserved. But I am ready to uncork it. Yeah.
I mean, this feels like it leads to something we've been speaking about with a few of the guests at the moment. And I don't know if you've seen the documentary that Louis Theroux did recently called The Manosphere. It had a lot of traction in the UK. It was like a Netflix thing.
I think I saw the clips of it.
I can give you a premise, yeah, because it's the clips have been everywhere, where it basically followed 3 or 4 the very big influential male role models. Some of the stuff they say probably is quite useful to young men, but a lot of it is like quite toxic. I hate using that word in that way, but like it doesn't make men look great, to be honest. And I personally think they're poor role models. If you're asking me, I think there's, like yourself, there's tons of amazing role models out there that men could get a lot from. But I am asking at the moment, like, because that documentary has shined a light on this negative side, my gripe with it, and Louis as a documentary maker, is I feel there's a great opportunity to highlight good role models, good male role models, and they didn't do that. So like I wanted to ask, like, what do you think makes a good male role model, or what makes a good man? I guess would be the question.
I'm thinking back to when I was a little kid. If you would have asked me when I was a kid, I would have shown physical presence. Someone who's strong, somebody who's reliable, someone you can hide behind when everything else goes bad. Like, they're a pillar of strength. To me, it usually starts with that. And I can feel that with my kids. Like, when something goes bump in the middle of the night, what's the first thing you do? They run behind me, as you should. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, I am here to protect you. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, are you kind? Not nice, but are you kind? Like, do you genuinely care? Like, do I want to make you better than me? Do I put you before I do myself? Yeah. Are you moldable? Can you mold your surroundings? Or are you square peg, round hole? Nope. You're all just going to have to succumb to who I am. To me, that's not a role model. It's someone who can almost be a chameleon. They can fit in. They can naturally take over the order of things and elevate the entire group from within, no matter what group it is. I've seen that. So the physical presence, being kind, being humble. And clonable. Do you wish you had more of them? Like, the same person you look up to, if you had that as a brother, if you had that as a best friend, if you had that through every different aspect of your life, would they be a benefit? Yeah, that's a really good person to model yourself after. You're sorry, like, my grandfather was like that, my dad's side. He was like the Dos Equis guy, the most interesting dude you've ever met, but he was kind, he was humble, he was a pillar in the whole family. And it's like, well, if you had more people like him around you, would you be better? Yes. To me, that's a good role model. It doesn't have to be the biggest guy, the strongest guy, the most successful, the most wealthy, the most well-spoken. When he walks into a room, is he a thermostat or is he a thermometer? One tells the temperature, one controls it. I need a thermostat. I need someone who's going to control the temperature of the room and be able to redirect it to benefit everybody. Not just somebody who walks in and cranks it to 85 and now we're all sweating. Somebody who feels the temperature of the room and they can subtly make adjustments to it just off their presence. To me, that's a role model.
I love that. Are they clonable as well? Like these, because when you put that into this perspective, this documentary in particular, if there was more of these guys around, would it be beneficial? It definitely wouldn't be.
Dude, like I see the stuff, like I'm not going to call him, but like.
Yeah, I don't want to say particular names.
But I mean, you see the guys down in Miami.
Yeah.
Big skinhead looking dudes covered in tattoos. Like, dude, they're toxic. It's like, do you wish you had 50,000 him in the country? You're like, no.
Exactly.
Like, then what are we talking about? Like, well, do I wish I had 50,000 Michael Jordans running around? Sure. Yeah. In every walk of life. That's just going to elevate greatness. Cool. Do I wish I had 50,000 my grandfathers running around? Yeah, I do. Do I wish I had 50,000 Barretts running around? Yes, I do. Jay Cowles, if you take 50,000 of him, yes, I'd take 50,000 of him. So I think he's a good role model. Even if it's a peer-to-peer level. I've had guys that were below me that I looked up to. I've had guys way below me that I looked up to just by how they navigated human terrain. Just how they walked into a room. And it's like, man, I know you've only been here for a cup of coffee, but every time I see you, I feel better. I feel more secure. I feel more confident. I feel like we can get through anything. It's like, that's not going to stop right there. You're just going to keep getting better and better and better. Yeah. Are you clonable? Probably one of the number one things. Do I wish I had more of you? If you say yes, that's a pretty good example. If I'd make more, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. The other part of this was, obviously, I mean, a large portion of this sort of toxicness is aimed towards women. And I think like your perspective on this is really interesting to me of the way you've spoke about Patsy and like the way some of these views and opinions, and not all of the guys, but on women was they're like almost like a subhuman or like, you know, subspecies, and like they have their role and they should stick to it, and that is completely it. And they can't be strong, they can't be a badass, they can't, you know, do all these things. I mean, but like listening to your story, especially speaking to Patsy, like she's had this super important role that has held the family together through really dark moments as well. I mean, what's your opinion on that side of things? Again, not aiming at people, but yeah, what's Patsy's role been? Like, how important has Patsy been to your story?
I don't have a story if it's not for her. I don't. I would have self-destructed a long time ago. And if I wouldn't have met her, if we're just being honest, I probably would have married some bartender, some stripper. I'd be divorced 2 or 3 times by now. I just would have. I would have continued on the same cycle that everybody else did. She really grounded me. I mean, she'd been there, she's a little bit older than me. She's already been through the Danny life. Her dad was in the teams. Like, she was very well accustomed. She was in the service herself. I mean, she knew what she was getting into. And she was just more mature than me to really make me elevate up and settle me down. If I was going out and burning it down till 2, 3 in the morning, we just sit up and watch movies. Sitting at the house, 2 dogs, just living life, just loving it. And she really grounded me, but she really pushed me to go forward. She's like, you can do this. She's like, I'm not going anywhere. We're good. I got all this under control. Tree falls on a minivan. She doesn't call me. Hot water heater blows up. She doesn't call. She just solves it. Solves it all. I couldn't tell you who we bank with. I couldn't tell you where my life insurance is. I don't do any of that. It's very much like being in the military. All the admin, all the support system, that's her. I'll shoot her a text at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's like, hey, can you book me a doctor's appointment for this? She'll text me back 15 minutes later. Done. It's on this day, this time. I mean, she is the spine of the house. She does everything. And yeah, I mean, for all the people that throw out all the toxic stuff towards females, I mean, we get the same thing too. And they try to bait you into these different conversations about, what do you think women should be in special operations and all this stuff? And they try to make it, you know, seem like you're a sexist. It's like, everybody has their role to do everything. And there's only very few specific things in the world that I believe should only be done by males. Very few. If I walk in, I need open heart surgery, and my doctor runs around the corner, it's a female, I don't bat an eye. If I'm on trial for my life and my lawyer's a female, I don't bat an eye. If I get on a Delta flight, my pilot's a female, I don't bat an eye. Fighter pilot, don't bat an eye. There's only a couple of things where I think that should be done by males, just because culturally speaking, we are not ready to watch women get their legs blown off and get shot in the face. You're just not. It makes you do things you normally would not do. I don't think culturally we would survive that. I just don't. If Extortion 1-7 would have had 14 females in it who all have 3 or 4 kids apiece, it's a very different story. That's a very different American heartbreak story. Very different. For the men you adopt, you're like, oh, man, that sucks. Those poor families. It's very different the other way around. But outside of that, I hate when people do that. Like, oh, women can't do this. Like, there are freaks running around out there. Physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, like studs. Absolute studs. So I hate when people do that. They're always trying to cause division, all this. Like, my wife's a super badass. Super badass. If I wanted to make her an assaulter, could I? Sure, I could. She's got the mindset. She could do it. Would I want her to do that job? No. Would I want my kids to do that job? No. But outside of that, I'm not with that, man. I'm with people that make me feel better when I'm around them. I hate the toxicity. I hate it. And it's like they do it because hate sells. You know, sex sells, hate and drama sell more. They gotta make themselves this toxic masculinity, whatever. Get away from me. I wouldn't even drink a cup of coffee with you. Get away from me. But I feel like people, when they don't have anything, that's an easy thing to latch onto.
That's what I was going to ask. Why do you think young men are attracted to it at the moment?
I think because they're weak. They are. And if they put people down, it's like drowning in a pool. What's the easiest way to stay afloat? Push your head down. Keep myself afloat. I see a lot of people doing that, especially on social media. Let me just sink everybody's head underwater and get myself a breath. It's like, I've never seen anybody who I thought was a leader, I thought was worth their weight, ever do that. Never. I've only seen people reaching down, pulling people up. Do that. Can't be toxic.
Yeah, I love that, man. The last one is more another soundbite for another piece that I was thinking about doing, which was Sean's. I just wanted to know, like, what was the experience like after doing Sean's podcast? And like, one of the aspects we're going down at the moment is everyone we've spoken to who's sort of had that experience has spoken about how much it's helped the business, how much it's helped them foster new relationships and all this kind of stuff. And they've spoken about him as a person as well, being a really genuine guy. But yeah, I'm just curious as to what your experience was like, having like, and what the impact, I guess, doing Sean's show was.
Surreal. I mean, when I went on that podcast, episode 15, he didn't have a big following. I think a couple 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I don't think he was on anything else. I mean, he was small. And he was a one-man show, really. I mean, I think he had one guy helping out with the camera stuff, but I mean, he was controlling the entire thing, to include the sound, the editing, all of it. Outside of what it did for the business at the time, the awareness, the amount of people that podcast has touched, I think it's at 7 million right now on YouTube. It's probably 14 million on iTunes downloads. I mean, crazy numbers. I've never had anything that comes close. I mean, hundreds of thousands of messages. If you roll through my DMs, it'll break your heart. And we've talked about it before, guys FaceTiming me about to commit suicide. I mean, hundreds of wives, thousands of wives. Guys I've worked with in the past, every walk in between, firemen, police officers, entrepreneurs, children. I mean, 13, 14 years old, watch that podcast and have reached out. Like, everybody in between, every demographic, every continent, every country you can imagine has reached out because of that thing. It changed so many people's lives, and it changed mine too. And it gave them an opportunity to see somebody they thought would sit on like a pillar that couldn't be knocked off, or some dude who's going to chest pound. And I mean, you've seen the interview. It's not like that at all. And I think it showed a level of humility that nobody else had done at the time. And I think that's why it caught fire so much. Like, they didn't expect you to get on there and be that vulnerable, be that open, to be that emotional, and then to air out a bunch of your dirty laundry. Like, I haven't seen anybody else do that. And I know people have gone on there since and tried to do something similar. They haven't really uncorked it, and they're leaving a lot of skeletons in the closet. I don't have any more. It's been humbling, man. Like, I get every day. If I open up my DMs right now, we've got something in there from Sean Ryan. And a lot of it, like when you go to like SHOT Show or any kind of event, if we had a clicker for every time you heard the name Sean Ryan, we would run out of space. It's the only thing they talk about. Now it's transitioned into this content, this mental health message, this training content. It always loops back to Sean Ryan. That's how I found you, Sean Ryan. That's how I found you. That's how I found you. It's like, I'm super grateful for the opportunity, but I had no thought of where it would go. We just didn't. We just wanted to tell our story to get out in front of a bunch of other things, and everything else just fell into place. But he absolutely changed my life, changed the company's dynamic, and changed millions of other people's lives. I couldn't say enough about him. For him even having me on that show, I mean, in my opinion, I didn't have a story. I wasn't Eddie Gallagher. There wasn't a thing for me to really tell. We jumped on a phone call and talked for like 30 minutes. He's like, I've heard enough. He's like, yeah, come out. We'll book the dates, and flew out to Franklin and went out and had dinner that night. And if you've ever met him, he doesn't talk too much. Our dinner, he probably said 30 words. Showed up next morning, shot the whole episode, and wrapped it up and came home. And I didn't expect it to do anything. So pleasant surprise the next morning when I opened up social and saw the reviews and saw the views, and it's like, oh man, this thing is going ballistic. And then when you open up the DMs and you see it, and it's like just these novels. I mean, just paragraph after paragraph. Well, now what? Because now I have an obligation. And I've talked to everybody there is on social media that I would consider like a pillar inside of the social media community. Every single one told me, don't respond back to them. Don't. He's like, it'll take up too much of your bandwidth. You won't be able to focus on anything else. I was actually with Mike Israel. I was talking to him, and I was kind of telling him the issues we're having. I was like, I can't keep up with him. He's like, well, how many you get in a day? Some days I'll get 500, 600. I mean, like, we're going through them. She's going through them in real time every day, every minute. Goes through them all day. He's like, you can't do that, man. You can't do it. I was like, okay. Then I spun him around. I was like, this just came in, and I slid it across to him, and he read it. I mean, it's 3 or 4 paragraphs. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, my DMs aren't like that. And I was like, yeah, that's what I mean. They're not asking me about a push press combination or some bicep curl. Like, read that. Yeah, okay. You're going to have to figure that out. The only way I know how is just answer them in real time. So that's what we do. Mm-hmm. Every break we get when I'm on my phone, that's what I'm doing. Just rolling through the DMs to try to keep ahead of them. It's changed so many people's lives, and I feel a deep obligation to respond however I can, even acknowledgement. Just letting them know that I saw their message, back a short reply. But I mean, I've done thousands of phone calls at this point. College athletes, high school athletes, cops, firemen, Navy SEALs, everybody in between, guys in the UK, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, French, Germans, everybody. It's like, hey, can we get on a phone call for 5 minutes? I'm really going through something. Even with the language barrier. How's Saturday at 2:00? Perfect. I'll WhatsApp you. Done. We'll sit up there and FaceTime for an hour and a half, 2 hours, just pouring his heart out. And it's like I feel like at some point I'm like a combination between Dr. Phil and Andrew Huberman. It's like, I'm just a dude. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to help you navigate how I would tell you if you were in my team. And I just keep it honest and pure. I don't have all the answers, but chances are whatever you're going through, I've already gone through. I've already messed it up. I can definitely tell you what not to do. I'll tell you what I would do in that situation, and I'll tell you when I did that, how it didn't go so well for me. Try to give them the answers they need to hear. It's been incredible, man. I can't say enough things about Sean.
Do you think, obviously you had a purpose of being the most elite fighting force warrior that existed, and it was, you probably had a real strong purpose to do that. Like, you felt like a pull and a calling to do that. Like, why else would you be at the top? Do you feel a strong enough pull with this purpose? Like, do you feel as strong of a pull with this purpose of like helping people?
Real talk?
Yeah, honesty, yeah.
I feel like I'm on the wrong train.
Really?
I feel like I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. I feel like I should be doing that full time. I feel like the training, the tactics, the content, all of that, I feel like my bandwidth would be served trying to help people. As much as I love the training, I love the skydiving, the shooting. If I could just do that full time, I would just do that. But now that this is opened up, this gives me such a better feeling of gratitude than anything else I've ever done. It just does, because I've seen him. Like, I've been in that hole. I've been in that guest room. I've been sitting in the front seat of that truck just waiting to close it out. I've been there. And to have the ability to get them to not do that, to go back and rebuild that family, anybody can teach CQB. Anybody can shoot on the flat range, dude. Very few people can make that transition. And that is where I feel I'm having the most impact. And I don't have the bandwidth to do it. And that's what I struggle with every day. Like, if we wouldn't have had the company, I wouldn't be employed by GPRS, and I just would have dropped that podcast and shifted over and done that. I would have done that and never looked back. And now that's why I feel conflicted. It's like, well, I have to do this because it's why the company pays me. I have to do this job. But man, if I could just do that, I would. I wouldn't. I don't know what that looks like. Like, could I do a podcast? I'd have to stop all this. Is it speaking engagements? I wanted to pitch an idea to you about doing something in the UK together, but I feel the most benefit of doing that. I feel like that is where I'm truly supposed to be. I don't know if that's writing a book. I don't know what that is, but that's what I feel like I'm called to do the most. That's where I feel the most fulfilling.
Yeah, I've like, from the outside perspective, I know you've had this incredible career, but all of this can't be a mistake. Like, this can't be just random. We spoke about the fragility of that timeline of how it could have all changed and all been so different, to lead you to going to do the Sean Ryan, to, all of that stuff. It can't be, it has to be a reason. Like, it surely has to be a reason. And I mean, the fact that so many people are, getting a lot of help out of it. Yeah.
Feels like every day that I don't want to do it anymore. Some days I just wake up and I'm in a funk, and I tell Patsy quite often, I want to wake up and just delete social media and just walk away from the whole thing. Like, I'm done, dude. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be on camera. I don't want to be online. I don't want to do it anymore. And every day I wake up and I just think about deleting it, drifting off into obscurity. I'll move to Spain. I'll grow a Fu Manchu and I'll never come back. Every single day that I really have that feeling where it doesn't feel like a blessing, it feels like a curse, I'll open up and I'll have a DM so heartbreaking, I can't leave it. Every single time. I'll wake up and I'll just read this novel. I'm like, okay. It's like God's giving me a sign. He's like, nope, not yet. Got to keep going. Like, oh. And I will. I'll stop whatever I'm doing. I'll clear my whole schedule. I'm like, send me your WhatsApp number. Send me your phone number. I'll call you. I'll call him. I'll have a conversation. I'll feel so much better after I hang it up. I'm like, God, I'm so glad I did that. Like, in a lot of ways, it's selfish. Because, like, I'm helping you because I want to help you. A large portion of that is I'm helping you because it helps me. It makes me feel like I have a purpose. There's a million flat range instructors. There's a million guys that can teach CQB and I'll do all the other things. That's the one thing where you've been looking for the answers. You've been looking for somebody to answer that DM, answer that phone call, and everybody else has turned you down. Nobody else has picked up. Nobody else has responded to you except for me. And now that I have, now we have a connection. Like, those are the moments that I'm more proud of when my kids see me. I mean, they've seen it hundreds of times now, even in Virginia Beach. Like, we'll be up eating at a restaurant and some dude will walk up and tap me on the shoulder. We'll be in a booth, sitting two across. Patsy sat next to me and I'll look over, I'm like, what's going on? And you'll see him, eyes are bright red, almost swollen shut. And he's like, he's so nervous to meet me. And I'm like, oh, brother, you ain't got to do that. I'm the most normal dude you'll ever meet. And I'll jump up, like, be all bubbly, and he won't break. Like, he's about to ugly cry in 5, 4, 3, here we go. And bawling his eyes out in the middle of a restaurant on a Tuesday afternoon at 6 p.m. It's like, I watch this podcast, I watch this, he'll show me a screensaver and it's quotes that I've said, like, they'll get them tattooed on him. And he's like, it changed my whole life, man. They'll show me a picture, he's like, I was 530 pounds. Now he's sitting here at 220 and he's like, changed my whole life, dude. Okay. It's all worth it. As much as I didn't want to blur my face, as much as I didn't want to be out in public, and as many relationships as I had lost, because you do. When I unblurred my face and I went on Sean Ryan, I lost a significant portion of my group. Like, they don't like that. They'll hate this. They will. But at the end of the day, I'm going to save more people and I'm going to help more people by doing this than I ever did over there doing that. It's just the truth. Like, very small percentage of things I can actually affect over there with just a camera and a positive attitude and a little bit of optimism. When people ask me, like, what's your 5-year plan? Change the world. As far as I can, as far as I can go. I'll figure it out after that. I'm going to wake up every day and try to make it a little bit better than it was the day before. Hold the baseline standard and try to get everybody better than me. If I do that, I'm actually making a difference. But yeah, this is the most fulfilling thing I've ever done.
That's amazing, mate. Yeah, a beautiful note to end on as well. Like, yeah, I can't thank you enough.
No, I appreciate it.
My name is Patsy Shipley. I am the wife of DJ Shipley, also the surviving spouse of Navy SEAL Danny Dietz, who was killed on June 28, 2005. I'm a mother. I'm a Gold Star. I'm a veteran, and I'm a patriot.
So, growing up, what was the first was whereabouts did you grow up, and was there any connection to military or anything like that back when you were growing up?
So I was born, my family's all from my mom's side from Spain, and we're from, mainly they're from Ronda, Malaga. And at an early age, my grandmother, surprisingly or ironically, became a widow at 23. And she was forced to kind of leave my mom and my aunt with her sister in the convent and go off and went to Rota, Spain, because there was a military base there. And she had heard that there was a lot of Americans that would go and spend a lot of money in restaurants, and the economy down there was really good. So I can't even imagine back in the late 30s, doing that and 40s. But she went out there, and then she met my grandfather, the one that I know since I was little, and he was a chief in the Navy. And he met her, and she couldn't speak English. He couldn't speak Spanish, but somehow they fell in love. And then they went back and were able to get my mom and my aunt and bring them down to Rota. And that's where our family, basically where I grew up. I was born there. So my dad was in the Navy. And shortly after, they separated, him and my mom, and he came back to the States, and I stayed in Rota and grew up there with my grandma and my mom raising me. So, yeah.
Wow, okay. As a child, what was your perspective of your dad's career?
Well, the good thing about, again, I feel like my grandma grew up during that era of Franco, the World War II and all that. So she was a very strong woman and had endured a lot. And I was very lucky that she was part of the system of raising me with my mom. So my mom was single, but we had the support of my grandmother and my grandfather. And they were very honest from the beginning, just sharing with me how, my dad was not in the picture. And it really didn't affect me because they were honest from the beginning. And then I just had really strong family members around, especially in the woman's side, that were able to raise me. And I just learned a lot to be independent and be confident and all those things that come along with a mother raising her daughter single,
Did you have any sort of idea at a young age that you was going to go down a path to leaning towards a military career yourself?
I did not. And it kind of happened by accident. And I'll say I was raised in Rota, and then at early age, I spent my elementary school years in Spain. And then in my middle school years in high school, I spent it in Miami. Florida, we tried it out there for that whole time. And then Miami's kind of not a good place to raise children and family members. And I think my mom and my grandmother realized that. So I was a straight A student, honor roll, but the people that was around me was probably not the best. And at the time, at 16, 17, I didn't realize that. And they kind of tricked me and said that I was going back to Spain on vacation for summer. So they just packed my clothes, and I went with my grandmother on vacation. It was my going into my senior year graduation, and I spent all summer in Spain having a great time. And then at the end, when it was getting close to go back to start 12th grade, they were like, nope, you're just gonna, do school here, finish your 12th grade here in Spain. And that was kind of shocking for me as a teenager because I had not done any schooling in Spanish at that point. And it's very hard. I would say comparing American system and Spanish system, the Spanish was super hard. And I was able to graduate, and I knew that I wanted to go to college, and I had scholarships in the States and everything. But I decided to join the Navy. I went on base by myself at 18 years old and asked them what scholarships they had or bonuses. And the Navy recruiter said that they had, I think it was like $50,000 or $20,000 or something for schooling. And then I decided to, on my own, join the Navy. And off from there, that's how my military career started.
Wow, okay. Could you give us a brief sort of overview of what that looked like?
So my initial military career is really funny going in because, again, I was a European girl, kind of sheltered from mom, from the real life. I was always with mom and grandma. And I didn't know what I was getting into. Nobody had ever explained boot camp, didn't explain really what the military was. So I joined for, at the time, the right causes of going to school. And I was like, oh, well, I'll do 4 years and then get out and go to college. And did not know what to expect. And here I was with like long hair down to my butt and like bell bottoms and high heels. And they shipped me from Spain to actually London. That's where MEPS is. And then from London, they sent me to Chicago. And I remember sitting in a bus with all these American girls who were prepared. They had sweatpants, their hairs were already cut. And I just looked at them and I was like, what is going on here? Here I looked like I was going for a fashion show. So it was very culture shocking, I would say, when I got to boot camp. But I have tons of funny stories. It was probably the best decision I've ever made in my life. I enjoyed every minute of my military career. It was, I went from being a shelter girl, kind of protected from mom and grandma, to a very independent and actually seeing what the real world was about, and something greater than yourself. And that's where I started to really love how patriotic the United States is and how much they love their country and their people. And that was just the planting of the seed of just the love that I have for this country, and what they stand for.
When did your career end?
In 2005. And again, if we go forward, I was married to Danny, and we're skipping, but I was married to Danny, and he was going on his deployment, and I had already done 5 years, so my commitment was due. So I would either re-enlist or get out. And we made the decision for me to get out and do exactly what I signed up for, which was to go to school. So I did 5 years in the Navy, and I got out in February 2005. And then Danny deployed in April, and then he got killed in June. So we really did not get to enjoy me being out. We were always dual military while we were married.
When did you meet Danny?
So I met Danny in 2001 to at the end of 2001, 2002.
Okay. And what was that like after Danny passed, like the community element of that, and like, did you feel that you had support and people were around you at the time?
So I was really young. I was 23 when this happened. So we got married at 21, super young, and he got killed when I was 23. So it was early on in the war, and I knew he was a SEAL, but I really didn't understand, because he was very private, the extent of the dangers that he was doing, actually. And because I was military, I knew my part of the Navy, what I did, and I knew there was dangers, but I did not understand the extra level of height of danger that these men were in. And I think he did a good job keeping me from that knowledge. And so I really didn't expect it. So when he would say, I'm going on deployment, I just thought it was like my kind of deployment. Yeah, I'm in harm's way, but he was doing extra things out there. And so when he got killed, it was very shocking for the whole community, only because these guys, it was not the norm for them at the time to get killed, and in such a large number at once. So I think all of us were shocked, as a whole. And I think that brought us more together. We're already a tight-knit community, but that just really brought us together to take care of each other. And they really showed up. And then again, I fell in love with how much they love these men and the wives and the husbands and just the community itself. They just really poured onto these surviving spouses, and it gave me motivation and want to give back. So I kind of stayed involved with the community even after Danny died, just giving back to them as a surviving spouse to help other new surviving spouses that were coming up the ranks. The war was picking up pretty fast pace, and we started losing guys here and there. So it was really important for that group of surviving spouses to be there for the newer generation, unfortunately.
Do you remember the first time meeting DJ?
So DJ was really good friends with a lot of the other surviving spouses of this operation. I had never met him. I did not know him or anything, but I remember that he was still deployed when everything happened. And then the second rotation, I got a call from one of my girlfriends saying that they were going to meet some of the guys from Team 10 that were coming back from deployment, and they invited me to go. And I almost didn't went because I was studying for a final. And they were like, oh, well, we'll have dinner. So just have dinner and just go back home and study, but come out and say hi and we'll introduce you to them. They were out there where Danny was and the guys. So I went there, and as I wasn't warned. He's kind of like a smartass, and has he back then DJ was the life of the party. He, believe it or not, he was very vibrant and loved. He was larger than life. So and he was a little bit younger than me, so his maturity level was he's 4 years younger than me. So I felt I have already gone through a lifetime of everything at that point, losing my husband and just being part of the community. So it made me grow up really quick, where I feel like he was just starting to have fun with his career and just being around everybody. And they had warned them to that was coming, and they're like, hey, Patsy also has she's a smart aleck, you might want to give her some shit or whatever. And as soon as I walked in, sure enough, he just, targeted me, like without even knowing me, just, picking on me and just stuff like that. So initially I was not interested. I thought he was a jerk. But after that, he was very persistent, and it grew on me. And I think, I think DJ expressed this in one of the other podcasts, or even in the documentary, that he had a respect for me. He did not know me, but because he saw me speak in Danny's memorial, he already had he always says that he had a respect for me already without even knowing me, of the type of woman that I was. So I think that really impressed him, because DJ loves, again, the job and loves his country and everything. And I think that really appealed him, and had something in common with me, to see how I reacted after such bad tragedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, actually, when we watched the documentary, that was so powerful, like, to watch that part. It was really, really hard to watch. And like, you was you would have been 23 at the time.
I was 23 years old.
I mean, yeah, I can see why you'd have that, that respect for you at that time. Like, yeah, that was probably the most powerful part of that film. So, the idea of DJ, like, warming to him, as you say, was there anything that was like almost like standoffish, like, I don't really want to be in a romantic situation with somebody from the SEALs again?
Yeah, I had no interest that part, and I get asked that a lot. When you fall in love with these men, you don't really fall in love with their job. You fall in love with their character and who they are and what they stand for. And they're almost like molded the same, their mentality, their loyalty to everything, and always showing up when needed. So there's an attraction on that aspect of, the protector, but I had no interest to go through that again, and that's why it took him a while to coerce me to even go to lunch. And finally I submitted to it, and I said, sure, I'll go to lunch, because I felt like it wasn't serious, like a dinner or anything, like I wasn't signing up to anything. And then after just speaking to him, I really fell for his soul. He was a good person, and all my friends really loved him because he was like one of the girls. He was always, again, that protector feeling of when DJ's around, you just felt like you could trust him. And he just would light up and make you smile. And that's something that I missed a lot, is smiling again. It took, when I met DJ, it was already 3 years into being a surviving spouse. And I was just not, I was not there. I never thought that I would meet anybody that could remotely make me laugh again or smile. And he was able to bring those feelings out again. And it just felt really familiar. And I felt really good with that.
Wow. Okay. So, and then those early years that you two were together, DJ had that. He had that life from soul of the party kind of vibe, like you say, like protector. Was it like a happy, jovial kind of? Was that his persona in those first few years?
He was another thing that made me fall in love with DJ was he was very respectful of Danny, and he allowed me the space to be able to continue to love him in a different way. And the love that I had for Danny, it's not the same love that I have for DJ. They're two completely different men and different loves that I have. But what made me feel comfortable and fall even more in love with DJ was the fact that he provided me that space to allow me to continue to honor him. Matter of fact, one of the things that I asked him when we got engaged was that I wasn't ready to let go of my last name. It's not like I chose to divorce my husband. My husband was taken from me. I remember we were in the room, and he said, well, you don't have to take his last name off. We can just hyphenate it with mine, because it would be an honor to have him alongside me. So it's just moments like that that really reassure me that he was sent, and maybe Danny had sent him because he knew that he would be a good man for me. So there's not many men that are confident enough to be able to say and share not their wife, but someone they love with someone else,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. At what point did you start to notice a deeper obsession with the career with DJ? Like, was it development group?
Yeah, I would say when he started to become, well, he's always been very perfectionist. And I knew that from the get-go. I knew that being around him, he always went to the extreme when it came to like perfecting his craft. So, and that in itself was something that appealed me, because I would see how responsible and committed he was towards things. And I knew my role. And again, like I explained, I was very committed to the community myself, and I loved it, every minute of it. And the people that are involved, it's an honor to be around these men and these incredible wives. So I never took it for granted. And I knew my place was to support him and what the mission was. Most people around the world don't experience that, where there's something greater than yourself. And there is a lot of evil out there that wants to hurt. And they send these guys out there. So you do have to obsess. You do have to get better, because when you don't, like DJ said, they might not come home. So I understood that part of it. I think it ramped up more, especially because things heighten up when you go to a tier 1 squadron. So I feel like that's when it was the big leagues, and that's when it was not to say it wasn't fun for him, but it was like, okay, I'm I need to now shine and perform at a higher level. And there's no games now. Like, this is it. This is what he always wanted to do. And so I remember when he made it, I actually cried myself because I realized that my life would change at that moment. My life would never be the same. And I understood that. But it's almost like a sense of proudness, like that I am part of now something that most people in the world would never experience. And what an honor to be amongst that small elite group.
At what point did it come through as like more of a shadow side or a dark side? Like maybe that obsession tipped over a little bit from your perspective?
I think it started getting a little bit dark, I think, when, their tempo's really, really high. So they're gone a lot. And if they're not gone on deployments, they're gone on trips, training. They're constantly training. They're building their craft again. And so if you get injured, the more injuries you have, the more pain you're suffering and stuff, it really starts molding the person and changing their perspective in life itself and their persona. They get hardened. You definitely see the shift once they get to a tier 1 lifestyle, of just being gone so much and training and getting hurt. You do see that shift of not so much darkness, but like I can't even explain it. Like their personalities just change, But once you get injured, like in the case of DJ, he got really injured with the explosion that he had. I know he mentioned it in Sean Ryan. That was when he got blown up that time in Africa. That really was the switch of things getting dark, because I think then not only did he still have to perform at that level, but he was also hiding the fact that there was something that was weakening him mentally and physically. And so he did not want to accept that. And I think that he tried really hard to cover it. And when you do that for years, it's going to seep out. And the only person that is on the other side to see this is your spouse and your children. If they're old enough, they start getting the impact of that, those cracks.
When were the girls born? Sorry.
So the girls were born, actually, he was probably there for a couple of years before we even had kids. So when his first big incident in Africa, Lola was less than a year. She was months old. Mm. So she wouldn't understand that, it was later on as he kept getting injured and hiding it that it's just, like I said, it overflowed and you just couldn't keep it inside. But thankfully, my children were small enough that, I was able to shelter them enough where they wouldn't see dad having bad days. Some days were okay and some days were really bad. So.
What was it like when Lola was born? Like, did DJ manage to make it back to that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what was that moment like?
It was incredible for both of us because it was just us, and again, we were very committed to the life that we signed up to do. So when you have something outside of that, it was incredible, because now there was another purpose in our lives besides the teams and the people around us in our community. It was now this child. And so we got to learn how to be parents, and thankfully, we were married by then, I think like 5 years. So we had done a couple of deployments already at a tier 1 unit. So we kind of knew the tempo and stuff. And I was able to hang on in there and just, continue the ride, just with another kid now in our lives. But he was very, very excited and happy. But also, he, as he mentioned, and this is a side that I was not aware, is like he had to kind of deassociate from us, in fear that he loved us so much that he feared that he would get killed and then I would have to deal with that again and he would hurt me. So, and again, I heard all this, throughout the years after he got out, that this is why sometimes he tried to distance himself from us, and was the way sometimes that he is to try to commit the job 100% and stay alive. and not think and have the fear of doubting himself doing something.
Did you feel that distancing when he got back home?
And which occasion?
Like when you were returning from deployment and let's say the girls were there at that point, did you feel the distancing carried over even when you were together?
I think that because during that time he was already injured and had gotten hurt so much that it was even easier for him to be distant and cold and want to go in the next trip. So I don't think the girls realized that, but I definitely started to see again the cracks happening where he was less on edge. He was more on edge and less likely to want to stick around and hang out with us more or do things with the kids. Something as simple as going to the beach. If there's too many people, he would get blown anxiety attacks where it would just ruin the day. So I started to avoid even inviting him to do things outside with the kids because going to the park, if there was too much noise or something, it would just ruin the entire trip. So I just started to accustom myself to molding again, fixing and molding. How can I support him and continue the mission by changing then me? And then I would just do things with the kids on my own and take them places and make their life happy so they wouldn't see dad. So he wasn't included in certain things because he just would literally have full-blown panic attacks of hyperventilating, sweating, and just getting very irritated. And so to avoid that, I just did it on my own.
Is that what you mean when you say you would shout at the girls from the darker days?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would a typical bad day look like?
Well, it would end up with him leaving and going on the car ride and staying distant. It would be something as simple as maybe me and my mom talking loud because we're Spanish and we're not even arguing. It's just us talking loud in the kitchen and bickering. And he would just maybe grab a bottle of water and just throw it, and just could not stand noise. Sometimes it would be unreal because I would think that I would be in a movie, I didn't think that there is no manual that a spouse has to understand when your significant other is that hurt, not only physically, but mentally. We don't know how to navigate that. So I didn't understand what was going on. I just knew that he was hurting, but he never asked for help and I couldn't see it. It was invisible. It's not like he had a cast or anything. It was more mental and he was keeping it to himself. So I just thought maybe he was bitter about something at work or something, but I didn't realize how sick he was. And he was good at sheltering me from that. But he definitely would explode. And just his demeanor would change. And I would just, again, navigate how I could adapt myself to make it easier for him to continue doing what he was doing. And so it was not a happy time for at least 4 years for me. You start stripping away. I was a very happy-go-lucky person, and on the outside, no one knew because I was still myself. But once I came through the doors, it was miserable. It's like I was living with a shell. There was no connection, no. And again, you, as a spouse with someone like that, you just start shedding the real you and you start adapting to someone that you can't even recognize. And you start thinking that's the norm and this is it, and it's not the norm. There's something wrong, but you just don't know how to reach out because when it could be law enforcement, firemen, policemen, whoever, when they get to that point where they have TBI or stuff like that, you can't go to work and say that you have suicidal thoughts or anything because they'll just dismiss you and you will lose your job because you're not mentally 100% stable. So you're a liability to them. So you don't have a lot of resources. So what these guys do is they hide it and then they come home and they blow up with the people that do know and they feel comfortable and safe to do and be themselves. And that is what was happening to us. He would hold it in all day around his teammates and deploying and stuff. And then when he would get home, he could be himself and just show how much pain he was and how it was affecting his whole being. Then he got really good at masking it with pills, and to the point where I didn't realize how much medication he was taking to mask everything. And so he was an autopilot. And again, I came to a point where I wasn't tracking everything he was doing because I was more I had 2 little girls. So that life had to keep going. So I didn't have time to worry about him because I was used to him being independent and taking care of himself. But I didn't realize until it was too late how bad it was.
It's so interesting to me, like, to see DJ today. The idea of him blowing up just is like, I can't even imagine it. Like, that's, I guess, how much he's changed since then. But what was the most hurtful thing about that time period?
I think it's just, again, you have to understand the person that everybody knew, the DJ that we all knew, and the person I fell in love with was not the person after all these injuries started stacking up and the medicines and being an autopilot in a days in life, you know. I knew he was in there, and that's the only reason I stuck around for that long. It's because I knew that somewhere in there we would be able to find him. So I didn't want to give up on him. And at that time, he didn't have a good support system anyways. You know, he wasn't, we didn't have a relationship with his parents. So he was pretty much alone. So I wasn't willing to give up on him. That's just not my character. So I stuck around for that long in hopes that I could find him. But it got to the point where I feel like I became like a caregiver. It was no more longer, he didn't see me as a spouse anymore. It was more like someone that he could come home and be his true self, which was what I explained, like just hurting and being angry and just not really nice. It was, I didn't recognize him. He wasn't the man that I married. But again, I knew he was in there, and I was willing to fight for him and wait for him to us figure out what and how to help him. And once he started talking about suicidal thoughts and how he wanted to kill himself and stuff, it's when I realized, okay, this is the first time he mentioned this. I knew that he had reacted a couple times where he would threaten that he would do something like that. But this was different because I think he was more vulnerable. It was more with joined with a cry and a desperate plea of help that he didn't want to be here anymore. And I think everything that he was doing in his life was just stacking up, you know, outside of the home and inside the home. I think he realized that there was no way out in his life. And that was the easiest choice. So I'm lucky that he was able to express that. Some men are not able to share those thoughts with their spouses. And that's why me and Dee are very big in advocating, like, to communicate. I think it's very important for spouses to communicate. Once that communication cuts and you're scared to even ask or share something, then things will not turn out good. Like, you have to communicate with your spouse.
We spoke today about going down when DJ got back from Mexico and he drove it, like, and he was trying to, like, pinpoint the fragility of that situation, and, like, but it sounds like the fact that you'd already had some communication around it actually gave you guys the opportunity to be able to talk him down out of that situation and, like, be able to get him through it. I do want to touch upon that, but just lastly on this. So there's this phase of DJ where he was, like, really angry and he had these emotions, but then there was this, it sounds like more like a maybe docile, I don't know if that's the word, but the fact that he was taking all the pain meds and the drugs and that kind of stuff. In the two situations, was the drugs harder than the anger, or was it harder to watch him go through all the painkillers and all that kind of stuff? Or
Well, I was not aware of how many pills he was taking. I was on myself auto mode, trying to carry on the house and my responsibilities with the kids. So I didn't realize that he was on 60 pills. Like, that's insane. If I would have known, then maybe, but he was really good. I mean, you got to understand the type of job he does. So he's good at masking things. And he was able to fool a lot of his good friends of how bad he was because he loved the job so much. You know, that was his number one thing, is never let down his team and continue for the next trip and the next deployment and getting out the door and making a difference. And so for him, whatever got him to do that, he was just compensating with pills and masking what was really happening. And I was just on the other side of our lives, just trying to have a normal life as much as I could with my children in hopes that our roads would meet again. And it almost didn't. And I you want to get into him going down to Sandbridge, but that was in communication. That was intervention, like divine intervention. Yeah, there's no reason that should have happened the way it did. It should never had happened. So, and I think those are reasons why we decided to fight for each other, was because we realized like something bigger was out there that knew that we needed to stay together. So
before we go on to that situation, I'm wondering, was there anything that the girls had picked up on before that? Like, had they asked about their dad? Like, had they said, had they picked up any of the behaviors? I know that they probably didn't know much different, and you're probably covering really well for him. But like, was there anything that they said that?
Well, my daughters were 4 and 2 when all this, so they were little. But my there were 6 and 2. My oldest was 6, so she understood there was like the fact that dad was angry, and I would always tell her like, go to your room or go play. So she would do that whenever he was just having a bad time. So again, I really did really good at them not understanding or seeing. So they never had really questions, but they did know that when dad was angry or having a bad day or had really bad migraines and just didn't want loud noises, like they would understand to go to the room and play there. Or I would again take him out and do my own thing with them, you know, just to get him out of the house so he could have time alone. So it definitely was a full-time job for me to juggle both things. It was lonely for me. It was, again, you asked like, what was the most hurtful thing? I think that it was just very lonely. And just knowing that I had a husband that was physically there, but that I actually lost. I think that's the hardest thing to consolidate. It's seeing, you know, it's different. Like when Danny died, I knew he was gone. So physically he wasn't there. So you can mourn and you can grieve. But when you see someone that is there, but he's not the person that you ever married or know, it's really sad and hard on the spouses to go through that, because you don't know, you're helpless. You don't know how to fix that. You don't know how to get them back. So you just, again, your personality starts stripping away and you kind of lose who you are, your identity. And that's one thing I give advice women, and I empower women by telling them, like, when they're going through this, you know, and they write me, they have to focus on them and getting themselves empowered and getting themselves healthy, because we consume ourselves so much in trying to fix them. And if they're not ready to get fixed, you can scream at them and say there's something wrong. It's not going to fix them. Sometimes they have to really, truly hit rock bottom and lose the family and people that love them for them to realize, like, this is me, it's not them. You know, I need a lifeline. I need help. You can't force someone to get help. So, when DJ really asked for the help and said that he was in a dark place and suicidal and communicated that, then I remember I was so floored that I call Amber Capone right away and said, can you please get him there, like, ASAP? Like, I need him there, or I'm going to lose him. And she went to business and we were able to get him out there. From the moment he asked for help, 2 weeks. So it was very fast turnaround when it happened.
So did you know about the treatment and the benefits of the treatment?
So we started, even him, we started hearing about it through the grapevine. You know, people would talk about it, how some guys that were out were doing it, and we were very skeptical. And we actually you kind of think it's ridiculous. Like the toad, you know, the poison of the frog, and you're like, what in the world is going on here? Like, it just sounds so unreal, like just very far-fetched. And what we're used to. So we would hear about it, the benefits, and how these guys were having these issues, and they were going to Mexico and getting back and rechanging and rewiring their brains and helping them. And they were happy and saving marriages and stuff like that. And they would stop drinking alcohol. We would hear this, but you're just like, this is crazy. So when that happened, I just knew that there was nothing else that we could do. We tried every professional setting, you know, wherever the military was sending him, we were sending him, you know, clinics and doctors, and nothing was helping him. And so we didn't have nothing to lose. And I did see what it did to Marcus Capone. And I knew personally Marcus, and I knew that Amber and Marcus were going through a bad rut, and he did go to Mexico, and I saw how it changed him. So, you know, his personality was very like DJ. He was like all in, you know, as a SEAL, like a team guy. So I knew that had that similarity, and the fact that it helped him, I felt like there was nothing to lose. So when I asked him, he again didn't think it was going to help him. He just thought that he was just going to go down there and come back and things would be the same. And it didn't turn out that way.
What was the difference that you could see in Marcus? Like what is the difference you can see in people after they've had this treatment? Because like people talk about this.
So with Marcus, I could see him being alive and loving life. I think he was in a very dark place, and they don't smile that much once they get, like when you're injured in the way these guys were injured, and especially when it's traumatic in the brain, I don't think that they're just dark. There's no sense of life. There's no purpose. They're like machines, you know, they're just going by what they need to do, and that is it. There's no feeling, there's no motion. And when I saw him come back, you could see him actually smile again. And that was something that was beautiful to watch, and see his wife returning the smile. So when you see that and actually laughing together again and being lighthearted, it was very refreshing. So I missed that. I missed that DJ. So I was hoping that would happen when he went.
So whilst he was away, all this stuff came out. Like how did that happen? And I guess it must have been really difficult to process the fact that he's going for this treatment that is there to help him, but then all this stuff comes out at the same time.
So there's no explanation why things happened the way it did. I truly did not have no clue that DJ was having extracurricular affairs outside of our marriage. That's just nothing that would ever cross my mind, because I knew how much he respected me and what I had gone through and the pain that I had gone through. So it was never, even though he would leave home and go on the road a lot for work and not be around that much, it never occurred to me that there was anything bad happening outside of our home. So it just happened that he was going through the treatment. I think it was a Saturday. And Amber was writing me because she was out there, and she was like, hey, he's going in. He won't have his phone for 2 days or whatnot. And I'll let you know how he comes out and what feedback I get from the doctors. So at the time, there was two other couples that were out, 2 other dudes that were out there, that the wives were with me here on this side, and their husbands were with DJ, also doing the treatment. So that weekend, I remember I was around with them, and somehow it came the conversation of DJ's Instagram. Well, I didn't know he had an Instagram, and that's how things started leading, where I started thinking like, okay, what was going on here? Like, why? Then I started thinking, like, why now his suicidal thoughts started to ramp up, right? And like, it felt like maybe guilt or desperation for help, or, you know, crying out loud. And he probably didn't see a way out in his life and all the mistakes he had made. So I just, that night, put the kids to sleep. So he was doing ceremony and doing the medicine. And I just went on the computer and somehow was able to hack his email. And that's when I found out everything. I think it was around 3 a.m. I just woke up, and I can't even explain it why I woke up, but I did at 3 a.m, and just went to the computer and was able to hack into his email and just read everything. And it was surreal. It was heartbreaking. It was our life kind of flashed in a second in my head of everything we've gone through, and it was just really sad because I had suffered so much for 4 years and believed that he was in there. And this just made it. And again, I didn't know what was going on his side, and he's going through his own ordeal through the medicine, you know, and his journey. But I was just thinking, like, I couldn't believe that he had done that, because I never gave up on him. And now it was like, well, now I have to give up on him because of what he did. There was just no turning back. So I made the decision right there, and it was pretty fast, everything, because he only had 3 more days there. And again, no communication with the phones, which was probably the best thing ever, to find out these things and go through it without a phone, because usually women react. And that's just, we're very emotional creatures and we react. And I felt like that was the best thing, because I was able to react within and deal with my grieving, finally grieve what I had gone through with him, and finally decide and come to the conclusion that that was it. And I'm just going to focus on me. I've given enough of myself, and it's time for me to get my kids and move on with my life. And again, this all happened. I knew what I needed to do within hours, and it was heartbreaking. And I called one of my best friends at 4 a.m. and she thought that somebody got killed. And I was like, nope, but I'll be at your house at 9 a.m. and I will let you know what's going on. And I'm glad I had, again, it comes down to that community and those women. I'm glad I had an awesome group of wives and surviving spouses that were there for me during this time, that were able to support me and pick me up again when I needed it. And I went to a divorce lawyer, and mind me, this is 3 days, and I knew what I was doing. You got to think, I had lost Danny in 2005, and I've done and committed my entire life to this life. And I believe in it, and I love it. And I knew he was sick, and I knew everything. But this right here, it felt not, I didn't deserve that. And he knew that. And I knew that it wasn't him who was doing it. I knew that he was just so sick and so out of it and autopilot with the pills. But I was ready to, this is all I could give him, was that point. So got a lawyer, had everything written out, packed all his clothes, had it in his office, and then blocked him and not changed my number, but blocked him and blocked everything else so he wouldn't be able to contact me. And then that's when he got home and went to his office and saw it. And I left him a letter. I think he still has it as a reminder. But it was a very beautiful letter. It was just a very raw letter. And even at the end of the letter, I don't remember exactly everything that I said, but then at the end, I did say that because I did not know if this therapy would help or not, if it would change him. I didn't know nothing about how he was coming back. I didn't know if he was a changed man or the same, but I did say in the letter that I truly hope, because I did love him. And I said that I do love you. I've been with him for, at the time, it was 14 years. I know how much he suffered, and I know how hurt he was and how sick he was. And I really hoped that this therapy helped him and that he could find happiness again, but it wouldn't be with me. So, and that was the end of it. And I thought that was the end. I truly did. I thought that was the end of it. And, but God and something bigger than us said, nope, it's not the end. So,
How did that day unfold? How did it?
so when he got back, I mean, you'll have to ask him, but when he got back, I guess he saw the boxes, he read the letter. And I guess I was communicating afterwards with a wife that was there present because she was picking up her husband that was at the job. And I just wanted to know, like, if he had, I wanted to know what his state of mind was because I did not know, like, if that therapy had worked. And she wrote back, she's like, yeah, he went into the office and saw everything and his demeanor is very calm and normal. And he said that he would see us tomorrow. And he just got in his truck and left. And I found that very odd, knowing my husband, that he would see all that in the letter and everything, and he would not have a reaction to that and just walk into his car and leave. So I remember turning on my phone again, unblocked him, and we still had the Find My iPhone. And when I started seeing his location, I could see that his vehicle was headed to a isolated area that he would never before have gone to. But I knew that it was the back of the base where he worked. And there was a gate there that never was open. It was has always been closed for years. But I knew that there was an isolated gate that got into the base where he worked, but no one ever went back there. So I thought that was odd. And then I felt a sinking feeling. I can't explain it. It was just like almost like I wanted to throw up, and like adrenaline rushes in. I don't know if you ever had an adrenaline dump, but you kind of like get dizzy. And I felt really hot in my body, and I kind of knew where he was going. And then I remember calling that one best friend of mine that I had a call at 4 a.m. And I told her, I was like, I just need confirmation if I'm imagining things, but this is what's happening. And I see him going this way. And she said, drop me a pin, let me know where you're going. And she's like, I agree. I think that he's going to do something. And so I dropped my pen so she could follow me or know what vicinity I was. And I think she was just trying to protect me because she wanted to make sure that someone was around and knew where I was. And I remember just blacking out, really. It was just, there was no noise. And I just was driving, I don't know how fast, just down that road that you guys went by. And I kept calling and calling. He wouldn't answer. And then finally, I don't know where he was in that point of what he wanted to do, but he finally answered the phone and didn't say anything initially, just quiet. And I knew he had answered. So I just was screaming, telling him to just stay there and wait for me. I'm coming. I'm just coming. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. I'm coming. And just kept driving until I got to him. And when I got out of the car, I approached slowly because I would think about my daughters. Like, well, you know, every scenario crossed my mind. Like, okay, is this going to be like him turning the gun on me and then himself? Like, what's going to happen to my kids? But again, something just told me to go and softly approach him, and that's what he needed right there. And then when he turned around, he just broke down, and I've never heard him cry that way. It was just like a wounded animal. It sounded like an animal, like a wild animal that's been wounded. And again, I loved him regardless of everything that I had read, everything that he had done. It's still a person that I loved, and it was the father of my kids. So we embraced for a long time. And I could see the gun in the back of his truck. So I knew that if whatever these steps that were put in place for us to stop it happen and was fulfilled. So I can't explain it. It just,
Yeah, yeah, it does really sound like, I think, divine intervention or something. Like the way both of your stories, like the way it sounds. Could you see a difference in DJ's eyes? Like, could you tell that the treatment had done something to him, or you could feel like,
well, just hearing him cry, I could tell that something right there was different. I mean, you would never hear him cry. He was just hard as nails, just not showing his emotions. And I think it just comes with the line of job. So just hearing him break down was huge. So I knew something was different. And then again, when I took his glasses off, I could see light in his eyes that I hadn't seen in years. They were very dark always. And that's something that a lot of people say, that once you do the medicine, it's almost like it clears the fog away from your eyes and you can actually see through it again. And I could see. And then we just stayed there for like 2 hours. Just that's when the communication started opening. For the first time ever in like 4 or 5 years, like it finally, we communicated and we spoke. Before that, it was just, again, an alter life and ego that he had built to keep me out of, in order for him to continue like masking what really was happening, came off. And that's how we slowly started rebuilding our trust again and our love. And the love was always there, but I think at that moment, I never at that moment fought for him. He earned his place back in my children's life, in my life. And he continues to do that every day. And he's just a wonderful father. And the relationship with his daughters is amazing. Like to see him actually enjoy his kids and put them first, it's amazing to watch him do that, because that's what he deserved. He deserved to feel love. I feel like, he didn't allow that, and he stopped that because of the job, right? Like I said, he was more worried about not performing 100% and getting killed. So he started building those walls of dissociating himself from us, because he didn't want to have fear of getting killed and what that would do to us. So I think throughout the years, it kind of made him hard when it came to emotions. And now it's just amazing. He cries in front of his kids. He hugs them. He laughs. He lets them put makeup in their face. I mean, it's just things that are silly, but it's just leaps and bounds of what he was before,
what was the first moment you thought there might be a chance for you again?
Well, for both of us, like as a couple,
Yeah.
I think I was very skeptical if this treatment, if it was a show. You do feel that way. You feel like, okay, when is this going to end? Like, when is he going to go back to what he was, right? And days passed, and it never happened. He was just the same. And there's a lot of work that comes with it. It's not a therapy where one and done, like he really has to put forth and work hard to be that person that he wants to be. And he does it every day. He shows up and does it. He's not perfect, but he recognizes his mistakes and tries to find ways to fix them for the family. So, I think now it's been 5-6 years. It's been 6 years. I realized like it was a blessing in disguise, everything, how it happened. It's almost like sometimes you do truly have to hit rock bottom to reset the clock and find the value of each person as a couple and respect that, and find the mutual respect for each other, and build on top. Because I think that life just keeps adding, trauma and things to you, both as a person, right? And it kind of separates couples, and you forget about each other, and you forget about what's important. When you hit rock bottom and something like that happens, like it just resets everything, where you're like, what is important. It puts it to the core. And I think we're better than ever. Because I think before we had the job in the middle. So we both had a mission. And it was always, this is what our mission is. This is what my role is as a military wife. That's what his role is as a military member. So it was never about us. We didn't get to fully enjoy each other like we are now as parents, as, partners, as friends. We're getting older. So it's just, we think about the future and it's just really refreshing to be able to share that with him now.
I don't know if I'm messing the timelines up here, but DJ had the accident in the garage with the electricity.
Yeah.
Was that after that, or was that in between?
That was after. That was towards the end when he was getting out. But at that point, he had already just messed up so much in his personal life outside home. It was just he was just rogue. So many things were happening. And he got electrocuted, and that really set him back and just made him worse because it was like he had double slings. It was a lot of health problems after that, and it set him back physically, mentally. He was in a dump. So it was, again, like those added stressors and injuries that were happening back to back to back that he was never, ever able to recover from. And he was never asking for help. So it's just, and I think that's why DJ made it his kind of now mission is to share that with other men, because men are stubborn when it comes to realizing that they have a problem sometimes and asking for help, because that's not in their nature. And DJ made it his mission to be able to share vulnerable parts of his life and say it's okay to ask for help, because if you don't, this is what's going to happen. You're going to destroy everything in front of you, and you might not get it back. You might not be as lucky as I was, and it's not worth it. So
I just want to talk about the way that's empowered people on the other side of it as well. DJ said that you get to see a lot of those messages and a lot of those stories from other people, couples, whether it's somebody thinking about committing suicide or a relationship. Is there anything that stands out for you, like a particular person or couple or something that you've seen that's come through?
I was very surprised to see a lot of people within our community that were going through similar problems and stuck, right? Because you feel stuck. What else can you do? Especially when they're still active duty. There's a lot of resources for these men, but again, once you expose and say that you do have suicidal thoughts or mental or TBI or stuff going on, you're kind of damaged goods, and these men fear losing what they love the most, which is the job. So I did find a lot of couples struggling, and it's sad to see that, because I know what it takes to be a family in this environment, in a tier 1 environment. It takes a village, and to see that they have to suffer behind doors after the sacrifices they make for this country and for the world to eliminate evil it's sad to me, because they deserve to be happy, behind doors. And there's so much you can tell them, but I try to give them hope that it's not going to be like that forever, And I do get a lot of other people, but I feel really bad when I do see men that are suicidal. It's just what a dark place to be and feel, to want to in your life, and that's something that I wish we could help all of them. I wish we don't lose people, because it's just sad, to put yourself in that position, to be that dark and that suffering that much, that the only option for you is to end your life. It's a very sad place to be. And I wish we could save more people, and be there and show up for those people. And I think it starts with, again, communicating. And I'm really proud of DJ for, again, being so raw and so open about it, and normalizing the fact that here you have someone that looks the par, has done one of the most elite jobs in the world. And here he is in his weakest point. And he's sharing that with you and normalizing and saying, I'm just like you, and if I can do it and find the help and say it, then you can do it too. And I'm really proud of him and the journey that he's taken. And if I can help him in that journey by sharing our story and the vulnerabilities of our life and the stuff that lessons to learn, and we can share those lessons with other people, then it's very fulfilling for me to, as I age, have a different role in my life of helping people through our downfalls, so they don't go through that.
What's the relationship like with the girls now, like with DJ?
It's awesome. Like I'm not just saying it. They're two different personalities, and they both have different spots for dad. And like I said, I feel like he put a wall for so long, like I explained, like he was just so cold that he couldn't connect with his children, because by connecting he would show vulnerability and love that could probably on the flip side get him killed, right? So in his mind, if he showed love and he connected with his children, he would be attached to them, and it would, in his mind, not allow him to come back home anyways, because he would not be in the game 100%. Now that he doesn't have that pressure, and he got back from Mexico and he's not on painkillers and he's doing so great, that he is just loving being a father. And I can't imagine, and I'm glad that my kids are now older, because they don't remember that person. So it's a blessing in disguise, because I got to see that person, but they don't remember and have memories of that person that was, angry all the time and just snappy and having blowout anxiety attacks and hyperventilating and being in fetal positions, throughout the house. They never saw that. They just see dad, and they pick on him. Like I said, they bully him. It's just so it makes me happy as I'm aging to see my kids bond with him that way and be able to really have a good relationship with his children, So.
I mean, I can't imagine. Yeah. It's and like I say, like I never met DJ before. Like I get to probably see what the girls see, and like you see this like quite calm demeanor, very friendly, very nice guy. So yeah, I can't imagine the journey it's been like, for you to have still gone on that. There was one more. The DJ mentioned a police officer who FaceTimed him like on a call. Did you know about that story? Or
I sometimes help him out with his social media, but it dinged, and usually I have my phone off, but the phone dinged late in the middle of the night. It was like 2 a.m. So I have family in Spain, so I know there's a 6-hour difference. So I figure maybe, my grandmother's getting old. So I always try to check my phone if I hear something, late at night. But it was, a police officer that was in his squad car. And I believe that he just was in a very, very dark place. And he just felt reached. He just heard Sean Ryan, and he was writing him live. Like it was literally happening as I was reading, he was writing more. And so it was happening right there in time and live. And I remember him just saying, that he had gone to this particular place and he was hearing Sean Ryan, but his intentions were to commit suicide. But as he was listening to Sean Ryan, he stopped and felt the urge to write him and tell him that he gracefully gave him another day with his family, because it made him stop. So I remember waking up DJ and being very impacted by this. And I believe he did get on a call with the person or FaceTime with the person. It was 2 a.m. But that's how impactful it was to see that. Like I explained, there's just so many people in such dark places that you can't save them all. But if we can make a difference in someone's life and save one person, it was worth it, you know? And I believe that, I mean, I don't know if he ever followed up with the policeman or not, but I know that at least that night he went back home with his wife.
I think DJ said he met him the other week or so, or recently at the pro shot or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I think he did mention that. But the crazy thing is like this police officer was early on when Sean Ryan came on. So that was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. So the fact that again, how crazy is that you run into that person and a show 4 years later, how amazing that reunion must have been for that gentleman, right? Like to see him after so long and be able to thank him for changing his perspective and giving him hope. I think it's just hope. It's just hope that there is another day and there is a chance to change those dark thoughts, you know? So
the last one, just to finish on a positive one as well, is what's it been like seeing that impact? And I'm sure like you've seen, maybe you go through the airport, people recognize DJ, people probably recognize yourself as well. Like what's that kind of like, and then people sharing that they did get help, or, you know, it did open their eyes up?
Well, first, like me and DJ, the good thing about us is like we've never changed. So we're still the same. We're just like any other couple. And I think people relate with that. Like we truly are. And people that know us have known us for 20 years, over 20 years. There's nothing has ever changed with us, even after the documentary and DJ kind of being like a celebrity, if you call it. I don't tell him he's a celebrity. Nothing has changed. So it's very surreal when we go to, even in Spain. We'll go in Spain and like random towns, and there'll be Spanish men that come up to him and shake his hand or give him a patch of his, military troop, or random places. No matter where we go, it's just, it's mind blowing to us, but also very, I'm very proud of him because these men, he's changing people from all around in a positive way. There's so much negativity online. There's so much hate and trolling and just negative all day online. And to see DJ spread positivity and give hope to people and help people unadvertently, he doesn't know how many people he's impacting. That's the thing I always tell him, because sometimes, you know, he doesn't think he's doing enough. And I tell him, like, you have no idea how many people around the world that are not even online that you're impacting, that maybe saw the podcast, but they don't have social media to tell you that you've changed their lives. They're all over. And it is very surreal when we go through the airports, or again, on vacation to like a small town in Spain, and there'll be someone that recognizes him and feel the need. And we always say that some people will see us, but they won't tell them anything because they don't want to bother him. And then they'll write us later on and they say, hey, I didn't want to bother you. We always tell them, please come up and introduce yourself. And because we want to meet you. We want to know that we helped you, or that you're in a good place, you know, and meet his followers, you know. It's really changed. It also gives DJ a purpose, you know, and they are inadvertently also a positive, pouring positivity in his life by sharing that he's impacted, you know, with all the wrongs that he's done. Like I said, the guilt is heavy on him. So when he hears the positivity of his wrongdoings, how it's changing, you know, men around the world, it really pours into his bucket, you know, and fulfills him. So I always tell people, please come up to us. You know, you're not bothering us. But it is surreal because we're just DJ and Patsy, and, you know, we're not like that. So we just carry ourselves the same. It hasn't changed.
I just on that point that you said about the people that actually come up to you or tell you or express in a comment or whatever, I would say views to comments ratio is like what, 1 to a few thousand.
Yeah.
So you're probably talking about like from the people who say they had help, you're probably talking times that by multiple thousands of people who've actually been impacted. So yeah, it's
we had some person somewhere in Pakistan, like a small town, a village. They explained a wife reached out to us and said that they were from a very small village in Pakistan or something. And I had to actually Google the village name because, I couldn't believe it. She said her husband was a sheep herder and he heard the podcast and totally changed his life. Started doing 20-minute walks. And it's just refreshing to see that, we don't know that the world's so much bigger than us. And when you see the impact in like around the world that's done, it makes me very proud of him. Like, that's so awesome to say that, you're not doing it on purpose. It's just you being you and sharing your life. And it's really helping people, in positive ways, not just, a lot of these people is just not suicidal or infidelity. It's just someone that didn't have a drive or energy or purpose in life. And he inspired them to do a 20-minute walk every day and feel good about themselves. So it's really inspiring for myself to watch him go through this phase of his life.
I mean, just on our videos, like we'd seen comments, like you say, from like, you helped me save my life to, now I do 20-minute walks. Like, and I think that's what's so lovely about it is that it's such a varied thing.
Yeah. It goes from extreme of, one side to, like I said, as simple as couples doing 20-minute walks. Yeah. And you're just like, this is cool to watch, like you go from like, a very serious thing to something as simple as, the routines, of waking up early in the morning, where you're not being, you're motivating yourself to do something because DJ posted about it or said it, but he doesn't see himself. That's the crazy thing. Like, he gets bullied all day here with me and the kids. So I tell him that all the time. Like, we should put like a GoPro so people see like, the real you here at home, because it's hilarious because he's just DJ to us, he's dad. So we just make fun of him all day. And, I know people see him differently and that's how it should be, but he hasn't changed. And that's another thing that's really cool that when people see him in like trade shows and stuff or on the airport, they do say that. They're like, man, you're just like how you are in the videos. And another rare thing when you have social media is some people make their own identity in they have a persona online. And then when you meet them, they're really different. And it's kind of like a letdown sometimes, and it's happened. But I tell DJ, I'm like, the cool thing about it is you're the same. What they see is what they get, and it's cool to see the feedback of men saying that, like you're just exactly how you are on your YouTubes and stuff, so keeping it real is the way it should be online when you want to inspire and change people's lives.